So the next question that we have on the list here is going to be from, let's see here, UB Gaming, and this is a perfect question. Is it possible that they will lift? I'm sorry, it looks like it means lift the flaps, um, or let the flaps lift there because they have to undo the flaps, or they left the tie downs. That's what he meant.
Let's
So yeah,
see. I think let me just read through that question one more time because it's a little bit confusing. All right. I think they will undo the connectors that are holding the flaps down, and then before liftoff, the the two Tesla motors that are holding those flaps will open those flaps up to the straight position. They'll both be facing directly away from the vehicle. Um, and that should probably happen at some point prior to launch. I don't have a time frame on that, but it will happen at some point prior to them actually leaving the pad.
all right. And then Stuck in Paradise asks, what type of forces and flex are exerted on SN8 and future starships during the belly flop maneuver, and what type of simulation is used to perceive this?
That's a really complex question that I'm going to try to answer to the best of my ability. Um, so this flight will definitely be a little bit more gentler on the vehicle compared to what an orbital flight will be, where it has to withstand a massive amount of heating temperatures and plasma build up on the vehicle as it re-enters. But as for this flight, it's not anticipated that it will reach supersonic speeds. So that should give you like a mental note or barrier, I guess, as to where, what kind of region of flight this is going to be traveling through. But for future flights, I would imagine that yes, they are going to go supersonic, and then, like I said, they're also going to be re-entering. So this flight is going to be relatively simple, even though there's a lot of things that need to go right for it to be successful. But this flight's going to be relatively simple compared to future flights in terms of the aerodynamic forces and regions of aerodynamics in which the vehicle goes through.
So I will add on to that we do know that their structure on the SN8 has been reinforced. There are several welds going up horizontally on the back. I'm sorry, the very, I guess you could call it the belly of the vehicle, what is doing the skydive maneuver. That there are basically these horizontal parts that they're basically saying that they are, as far as weld lines, that there are structures behind it to help reinforce it on that part. There aren't those reinforcements on the rest of the vehicle. There are some other ones. We would call those ribbing at the front, but there are other like ring structures that are around the vehicle in just different areas. Those are typically the unpressurized areas. So the nose cone section has a little bit, but then the barrel section is the one that has the most, and then the bottom section has a lot as well, and they have the vertical members and those rings around it. As far as the software goes, yeah, we won't have any clue on that one. So we're not SpaceX. We don't get the direct inside feed from SpaceX of what's going on. That's kind of information it would only be directly available from Elon. But yeah, it is pretty fun stuff, especially if you work in that industry. There is a lot of simulation software out there. Everything can be used from Autodesk to products that are basically custom built for simulation software. It probably use C++ to program, but there's quite a bit that you can do on your own. You can start with a simple program and make it quite complex very quickly to do everything you want it to do. The next question we have is going to be from Eric Swanpole. He asks, what is the height and weight of SN8?
I believe SN8 currently standing is about 50 meters tall. So for the Americans out there, that's about 150 feet tall, or roughly half a football field. I believe that would be right. Um, and then as for how heavy it is, I believe a while ago when they were lifting just the tank section, not the nose cone, it actually came out to the regular tank section, not including the 4 barrels and the nose cone with the flaps, was 69 tons. The expected dry mass of Starship, as per information that's been released in the past, is about 100 tons. And then, of course, once it's fully fueled with propellant on top of the Super Heavy, it will be upwards of about 1,350 tons or so, and that's without a payload on top.
Okay, I did see on SN6 was 102.35 metric tons approximately, but this vehicle, it's going to be a little bit more because of the flaps. But that's the only thing I could add on to that. Also, looking up at this next question here, because it's a really good one. I've seen some numbers before. Looking at the first one here is any ideas on the top speed it might reach, from Jesse Wolgard. So the best information we probably can get on that right now is from flightclub.io. Last I looked, and that was during the 15-kilometer part, was the maximum speed I saw was like 128 meters a second, but I believe it's going to be a lot lower than that. So that's going to be the best source for the particular information. So we're going to go up to about 12.5 kilometers today, but the velocity is going to be peaking around, according to theirs, it's saying at the top is 278, which I'm not sure what units it is in. Oh, I'm sorry, that's meters per second is what they're showing, so that's a lot quicker than I was expecting it to say. So it's around, 200 or 300 meters per second is what it was putting at, and then the free fall is probably what that might be referring to. But it's the best place to look is actually going to be flightclub.io.
All right, the next question we have is, will we be able to track this on the ADSB aircraft tracking apps when it does its flight? They usually track down to 1,300 feet. Thank you, guys.
We are not sure about that, although we have seen them start, planning, or we've seen a flight plan submitted into FlightAware from what we've seen for a NASA WB-57 that's planning to fly down to the Boca Chica area around 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that's about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or let me figure out what that is, UTC. Should be about 8 p.m. UTC, sorry.
Yeah. So I haven't heard of anything where they've had rockets typically be able to be tracked by the an aircraft app. Have you heard anything about anything like that in the past for a rocket being tracked like that?
On a live stream, no, I don't believe I've seen it. But as for recordings and so on, NASA's done plenty of flights of these same aircraft. These aircraft actually have a camera suite on the front of the nose that's capable of tracking vehicles, and that's very well what we're thinking might happen with these WB-57s that are flying down to Boca Chica. But we're unsure. Nothing is ever sure. We don't have any information as to what their business is down at Boca Chica, but the time that they're flying down there would indicate that it is for SN8.
I think part of the original question is they're talking about tracking apps such as I'm trying to think, like FlightAware or some of these they track airplanes, or I'm trying to think of the other one that's a little bit more common. But they basically track airplanes in the air using their radar, and they have an ADSB transmitter on them, which shows other pilots and air traffic control where they are in the world, and their speed and heading and things like that. The other one I was thinking of is Flight Radar, but I do not think that SN8 will show up on Flight Radar or flight tracking apps, because I doubt they will have put in ADSB transmitter in there, just because it is a flight exclusion zone, so they probably wouldn't have to. At least that's my guess.
I'm looking at the this particular one, And if it's the same one, there was a aircraft that matches the same type of description that was looks like it was from NASA going through and sending their vehicle or plane down to look at the site, and they had almost a mid-air collision with RGV aerial. Like there's a picture of just this plane about 500 feet away from their plane going at a 90-degree angle, which is the worst case scenario. So it's a visual flight rules area just above that space, I believe, and they were basically doing orbits around, and that plane was basically doing the same thing as RGV. They were basically doing some orbits, and it was just a really good day that almost could have ended in a bad way. But yeah, so it looks like it could be the same one because it's coming out of the Houston area, which is the same plane as far as I can remember that it's been contracted by NASA before.
Something I would like to point out is it looks like we have some man lifts back on the pad, and they are going up to SN8, which means they might be about to unchain the flaps.
Yep, it looks like they are actually doing that right now. So they're doing the left flap, lower flap first, and the other one might be going either all the way up to the top or working on that one on the very far right. So apparently we had two boom lifts that were down there, not just the one. So that was kind of a surprise. Lifts right before static fires or even a liftoff like this. So, but it was good to see, yeah, that they had the lifts there, that the flaps were tied down. That's why it's as such. Kind of confusing that they didn't open it all up beforehand, but oh well. So, want to go to the next question here?
Yeah, we can do that. The next
Alright.
question is from Simon, and it is, will Starship be compatible with Gateway?
Variant of Starship that will have to ferry crew down to the surface. Now we are unsure, what the actual intent or use behind Moonship might be. It might very well be something like a Moonbase Alpha, but from what we've understood is that it is meant to pick up crew in near rectilinear lunar orbit or halo orbit. And pick astronauts up and take them down to the surface. So that would be at Orion and or the Gateway in order to do that.
Alright, and a question from Dice. After liftoff, will SN8 head out over the ocean and then after apogee belly flop towards the landing pad?
Yes, the SN8 will fly out over the ocean. Not too far, just out over the ocean. And then when the kickflip or crazy Elon maneuver happens, that will push it back over land and over that landing pad where it will land. This is kind of a safety precaution because if the engines fail to relight for some reason, then it will just land in the water and it won't do any damage to the launch structure or the tank farm or other stuff at the launch pad area. All right. The next question is from Falcon 1188, and it is, how long do you think the engine burn will take it to be 12.5 kilometers?
So the amount of time that it's going to take to get it up to the kilometers here, it's going to be about 50 seconds or so. And then after that, you're going to be looking at maybe around 200-ish seconds for the full duration. So the landing burn is going to basically start around this is about 110 seconds. So maybe I'm sorry, that's not quite right. That's actually going to be the flaps reducing the speed. Landing burn is going to be around 177 seconds, I think. But yeah, that's some information you can grab from flightclub.io. They do have quite a few charts, but it is kind of interesting reading them. So let's see here. Jesse Wolgard asks, any ideas on the top speed it might reach? That they can use to take those little bits of details that we know to get those bits and details. So what's the Imperial version?
All right, so in miles per hour, that is just above 650 miles per hour.
Wow, that's a lot faster than I was hearing that it was going to be going. So that would break the speed of sound, wouldn't it?
That
Just
is
barely.
only for a very short. That's only for a very short period of time, though. According to Flight Club, it will hit 300 and then it will very quickly slow down again as it reaches the apogee.
300 miles per hour, is that what I heard?
No, 300 meters per second.
300
meters per second. Okay.
The burn is approximately 52 seconds. It will reach the top speed of 300 meters a second right at the end of that burn. Then the speed will decrease, in about 75 seconds in, it will reach the apogee. And then it will accelerate in free fall to around 125 meters a second. In free fall, it'll reach that speed at around t plus 100 seconds, and then it will fall for around 225. It'll fall up until 225 seconds, and then the landing should be somewhere on the line of t plus 250 seconds. At least that's according to FlightClub.io's best guess.
All right, next question from James Horn. Do you think there will be any RCS involvement in the flip?
This has been like a topic of debate, actually, that's gone back and forth between us as to if the RCS will be used or will not be used. It would make sense for it to be used, especially since it's been shown in renders to be used to help the flip. But we aren't sure if that's in regards to like the hot gas thrusters, which will produce a substantial amount more thrust when they are used. And as we know, Starship SN8 and the starships immediately succeeding SN8s, SN9, 10, 11, and so on, those will all use cold gas thrusters, the gaseous nitrogen that is stored in COPVs in the engine bay. So it's unsure if they will use it, although it would make sense based off the renders we've seen that they would use it.
So I've looked at the RCS thrusters, where they're at, how they would use them, and knowing that cold gas is not, the most powerful RCS system you can throw at this thing, it does seem that you can use them to help. So at the very top there are the RCS thrusters. So you see the two in the man lift going up to the top to remove those two straps right now. It's just above those flaps that they're going up to is where you have a pair of 3 RCS thrusters and then 2 other RCS thrusters that basically you can rotate the vehicle in the yaw, but there are the 3 that are in the pair that can only control pitch in one way. And that is basically, if the vehicle started tipping backwards, you could hit the RCS button and basically just tip it forward a little bit more. So with that whole crazy Elon maneuver and then the kick flip that you're doing, you're going to have a lot of rotation that you want to reduce at the top. So that might be where you could see that happen right before landing. On that maneuver is basically going to be using engine gibble as well as that RCS to just kind of just push it, just the ever so slightest amount of push to help keep that nose pointed in the right direction. The bottom itself the only thing you could do with the RCS down there is just to accelerate it, or just make the vehicle turn left or right, kind of midair while it's falling here, or is in a position like we have it like this, which is the top to bottom position, I guess you could say. It would be able to rotate the vehicle, but that's about it. Any other RCS stuff you guys can think of here?
No, actually.
How about hot gas? What do you guys think will be the time frame to see some hot gas?
I think SN15 very well might be the time that we'll see the hot gas. As Elon has stated before, SN15 will have the most improvements over the current starships we're seeing. So it would make sense that they would try, or at least start implementing hot gas in some way, shape, or form on SN15, since that is kind of the benchmark that we've been given for more change.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. SN15 is going to be a lot of fun to see come into development and what changes are made here. So I'm going to go ahead and read some of the donations and go through those as well. So there's some questions in there that we missed from the donations. I'm sorry about that. We should get to those as quick as possible when we see them. Nickel Lenman donated $1.49. Thank you for that. And then Samantha Chambers donated about €5 and asks, I'm sorry, that's the British pound, not the euro. Do we know if launch is still on? Love from the UK. Thank you, Samantha.
Yes, it is most certainly still on for today. We've seen a lot of prep work going on around the pad. There's a road closure in effect, and the inhabitants of Boca Chica Village that have remained there and not sold their houses, they have been moved out. Or not moved out, but they've been relocated to a hotel for the next 3 days, in which I believe SpaceX is paying for to keep them out of harm's way.
Yeah, so it's the next 3 days. Pearl Beach Hotel or something along those lines is where they were being set up for the time being, and it's a great place to stay. If you ever go to South Padre Island, Pearl is one of the nicest places to go. RKM donated 5 British pounds. Thank you for that. And now let me see if I can get this name right. Paznan Saka? I'm sorry, Pyra, I think is the last name, donated 25, and I'm not even sure what unit it is. It's a PLN. And says, regards from Poland. Oh, yeah, so it's a Polish note. And says, thanks for the stream and regards to Lab Padre. Thank you so much for that. RKM also donated another €5 or 5 British pounds. Michael Riney says thank you and donated $10. Samantha Chambers donated 10 British pounds. And then again, another 10 British pounds. Thank you so much, Samantha. Elzar 760 donated $5 and asks, and all I can ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by. It's from Melville. John's Melfield. Then Kenneth Stone, $10. Thank you for that. And then we have Roka, who donated 555.55 British rubles. It says Russia is with SpaceX and all space enthusiasts on this wonderful day. Go SN8, go! Yes, thank you so much for that, and that's interesting denomination amount. Then we have some new members I'd like to thank as well. Scott Mastro, Kevin Lucas. Scott Mastro upgraded as well. Then we have Christopher Lawrence, Yaman. That's an interesting name. Yar Ma Nar Nar. And then Gene Hotkins. Thank you so much for becoming members, and the Green Team welcomes you. So I'd also recommend, for those of you who aren't able to contribute financially or anything like that, we are about 9,000 members away from, from subscriptions away from hitting 100,000. So I would recommend to make sure you have that subscribe button hit so it lets everybody know that when days like this occur that they basically, it shows up on your list of videos, and when new things come up, you'll see that. And so let's see if we can get to that 100,000 subscribers mark, and that's going to be possibly coming up today. So it's already gone up about 1,700 subscribers just in the past hour or two. So wow, it's going up quick. Then I would also like to jump to the next question. Just another wing bust, I think the name is, asks, is Stargate hardened in case of a RUD?
Is Stargate hardened in case of a RUD? I don't believe Stargate has like any extra like protection, I guess is the best way to put it, against like an overpressure event. It's just a regular building. It was actually built before SpaceX even really started doing anything at Boca Chica. It was originally for like the University of Texas or something to that effect. But as we've said before, we're not sure if the launch will be controlled from Stargate or not. But I don't believe Stargate is hardened particularly for like an overpressure event or what have you.
Yeah, so far the speculation that I have been putting forth is that they have a satellite office that they are controlling the launch from in Brownsville. Doesn't take too much to do that. You just need a really good, stable internet connection. Do VPN from the Stargate building to that satellite office. So that is not the main concern. It's basically everybody needs to be removed from the area when the launch occurs. That includes the police. The roadblock will disappear because there will be nobody in a 5-mile radius approximately. There might be actually there's less than that. It's like 4 miles because there are some areas like let's see, Port Isabel. They're about 4.25. That's the closest you can get as far as normal inhabited places, and that's not an area that I've heard anything about clearing out. It's just been the area just around Boca Chica. The next question from Bob asks, when do you think they will start barge or sea launch platforms?
I think they've already started, or at least they've started looking for sea launch platforms to use. We know that there were several job listings for people like oil platform workers and so on to come work for SpaceX to help them design and develop and figure out what best to use, because they're not just going to, from what we understand, they don't just build ships from scratch. They're going to use pre-existing like oil platforms, kind of like what Sea Launch does. And then they're going to convert them into a platform that's capable of launching starships from. So we very well might start seeing evidence of that within the next year or so. Of course, we don't have an exact timeline on that or what have you, but we have seen evidence that it's already underway.
So do you have any estimates on like timelines or any guesses? Because at this point, there's nothing coming directly from SpaceX about any timelines I've heard, but have any guesses about when they might come out with a sea launch platform?
I would honestly guess like an operational sea launch platform. I believe would come out in early to mid 2022, because converting a ship or converting a platform from having and being an oil derrick, basically being able to pump up oil, ship it off, what have you, to stripping it down to then adding launch support equipment. A huge hole in it that's going to have to be for the flame trench or flame diverter, and then you also have to add massive tanks to hold liquid oxygen and liquid methane. It's a lot of work. It's not just an easy slap some launch clamps on there and go. It's going to take a long time to do it. So that's why I believe it would be probably 2022 before we see anything in regards to that.
All right. 2022 is pretty optimistic, but still very achievable, considering how fast SpaceX goes here. The next question we have is from Samantha Chambers. and asks, if you could pick your favorite rocket, what would it be? I'll start with you, Felix.
If we're talking operational rocket, Falcon Heavy. If we're talking all of them, Starship, obviously. Of course, Starship. But yeah, of the ones that are of the current ones that are operational, Falcon Heavy. It's a beast.
All right, Falcon, what do you say is your favorite rocket? Obviously, Starship's going to be on your top of the list here, but
It's gonna be so. Man, it's hard deciding what's my favorite. My favorite paper rocket that like never flew would probably be Ares 5, the vehicle for Constellation program. And then out of the current operational rockets that are flying, uh, I don't want to say Falcon Heavy because that's what Felix said, but hmm, let's go with let's go with Ariane 5. Why not? Because it's capable of launching 2 payloads at one time into geostationary orbit, and it's rather flexible in the launch market for what it's capable of. And I mean, it's going to be launching the largest space telescope here in hopefully a year or so if they don't keep pushing it back.
so I'll go with the favorite paper rocket first. It's the 18-meter version Starship.
Oh, of course.
Of course.
Yes, that's my favorite paper rocket. But favorite rocket that's not Starship. Oh, I'd have to go with the Saturn V. Just a simple classic as far as what it can do, the way it looked, the way it ran, and it was just way ahead of its time. It took about $200 billion to put together, and at the time it wasn't very popular, but everybody looks back at that program very fondly. It brought us to the moon, and I want to go back to the moon. I want to go to Mars. I want to go to all the places that we haven't ever even, dreamed of as far as going to the solar system and doing things that are just, mind-bogglingly amazing. So that would probably be the second favorite would be the Saturn V. But yeah, thank you, Samantha. That was a really good question. Chad Kanasi asks, what cam are you guys using for this? Seen a dozen streams, and this is the clearest and most colorful. Yes, it is. You're probably watching the Nerdle cam. We also have several other cameras. We've got the lab cam, which is on the same tower. Just it has different perspectives, so you can see like the parking lot right now to the far left. Then we also have Sapphire, which is going through and doing a stars tour, I guess you could say, looking at what the possible hop would look like. Then we have Sentinel Cam, which typically looks for the roadblock to see what's going on there. Then we have a members-only camera, but we're showing off today as well. That is going to be the Watch Live SpaceX Historic Starship SN8 launch from Boca Chica. So that's going to be, I guess you could call it the SN8 cam for today. But normally it is a Raptor Roost cam. So it's basically showing off the Raptors when they get installed. That's going to be normally a members camera. Then we also have a Predator camera, which is a thermal camera. And I'm hoping we can also get a nice view from the South Padre Island Pearl Beach camera that shows like the beach and other areas, what's going on right now. It's just a pretty nice area. And we'll see if we can actually get that as a wide shot today for you, so we can look at the sky and everything else. So that'll be kind of cool if we can get Starship on that camera as a wide shot. That'll be so much fun. But yeah, we do have quite a few cameras, and then also SpaceX is putting on their own stream today, and there's probably another half dozen other streamers out there or more. There's going to be a lot of excitement to see this do that 12.5 kilometers today. So yeah, thank you, Chad. The homeless crew. Any knowledge if shielding has been put in place to prevent debris feedback from initial launch causing damage? And then they ask the follow-up question here, which is any idea or any best idea to design without... Oh, it's cut off for me. Sorry, I have to look at that here. Hold on. Can you read the rest of the question, guys? I can't pull it
Yeah.
up right now.
Any knowledge if shielding has been put in place to prevent debris from the initial launch to causing damage? Best idea to design to launch without a propellant diverter. Won't have one on Moon or Mars. So I believe they're talking about a flame diverter, not a propellant diverter. But I believe they're talking about in previous tests where they've had issues with foreign object debris coming off of the pad from where the Martite has ablated off, and in the one of the most recent static versions, I think it was the second most recent, it actually damaged one of the Raptors and caused it to be needed to be replaced. So, it's for, like other celestial bodies, what they'll be doing. Um, Likely after a while, they'll have pads built out on those bodies that likely won't have issues. But another thing is that at least on the moon, they will use these thrusters up in the nose cone area to help lift the starship off the ground, so they won't have to fire the main engines directly down into the regolith. Because as we've seen with in the past, if you have an engine that outputs a large amount of thrust into a very focused area, especially on loose regolith like is what is on the moon, it will cause a massive crater, and they don't want that. So they will likely do is add thrusters. Same with Mars. I don't see them launching from Mars unless they have some sort of pad set up to do that. And then they also very well could have hot gas thrusters, much like Super Dracos, to help pull the vehicle up off the surface, and then they can ignite the vacuum Raptor engines and then get on their way.
Yeah, so I've also seen that they did say something about wrapping their pipes with basically protection from the Martite, because Martite, and it was actually concrete that's really is the problem I've seen so far. The Martite actually stays together really well, and people have been able to go to the areas around the pad and pick up pieces of Martite and concrete and help kind of clean it up and have some collectibles at the same time. But yeah, they say it's just kind of a rubbery, cementy kind of substance. The cement is very hard and basically concrete. The Martite though is just kind of rubbery and is able to withstand quite a bit. But it seems to be that the concrete underneath is just giving way. It's just heating up too fast and exploding because there's a little bit of water in there, and also that pressure from those Raptors is just enough to do so much damage. I did worry about that prior to the accident, and was saying, yeah, they really do need a flame diverter, or maybe even just weld some steel plates together, some large thick steel plates, and putting them underneath the Raptor. So that's just one of my favorite ideas of how to create a little bit safer environment for the Raptors. Is basically putting something like steel that's really thick underneath that can take some heat at liftoff or a static fire without impinging upon the ability to bring in the boom lifts up underneath the skirt section, because they do very rapid prototyping and fixing things, and then they test again, and they'll recycle and those kinds of things. So you kind of see that a little bit today, where they're basically ready to check everything and anything to make sure it works.
Yeah, in regards to the like the physical pad that we see in front of us, but as Thomas has mentioned, like they need another long-term alternative if they're going to continue to use these pads. And the best way that we've seen in the past, especially throughout like all of rocketry, is a flame diverter. And I think they should very well like use a three-piece flame diverter that they could push up under and pull out from under between static fires and testing, so that they can remove Raptors, add Raptors, or the hydraulic ram that's the thrust simulator. So they very well could add a multitude of different things underneath the pad to help prevent issues from arising in the future.
Any other ideas on this, Techno or Felix?
I think you said it well. So
All
I
right.
don't think I could add anything to that.
All right, so I'll go through and answer some donation questions as well here that have come up, and go through the just thank you and thank yous for those as well. So Lars Notenboom donated €10 and says, "To boldly go," and I would say where no man has gone before, or this one where no starship has gone before. Uh, Rocco Tur donated $1.99. Thank you for that. Tom Stimmel donated $20. And then Yarmarnar donated another 5 Canadian. Lol, everybody fumbles on my screen name. 10 for effort. David Allen, $5. Thanks for monitoring real time. When pad is clear of people, how long does it take to fuel up and launch? So what do you guys say on that one?
I think in the past the main benchmark has been about an hour long, or an hour from pad clear to static fire.
When they start the condenser, it usually is approximately 45 minutes after the condenser starts up.
Yep.
I've seen it about 40 minutes, but it's really, getting down to the pinching the pennies on figuring out what time it is. I've seen it where they've had it as 35 minutes from the condenser, or it's kind of a time range, but that's the big one we kind of look forward to seeing to figure out the time scale here, because they will go 10 minutes live 10 minutes beforehand. That gives us a good indication of, okay, this is when they're actually going to do it. This is the real big push that they're going to have it happen.
And I just noticed that the right flap has just been unchained, so we can. It looks like they're about to start on the top two, but the bottom two are both unchained as of now.
Yeah, I see two guys just working their way up to the top, trying to figure out the best way to get to it. You don't want to move around the system down below too much, because you're basically almost on a catapult system here, because it's very heavy weight at the bottom. Moving around will just do all sorts of interesting things that you don't want it to do, and they do feel like a trampoline when you're on one of those things. It's kind of a weird feeling. Next question we have is going to be from David Allen. Says, thanks for monitoring. Oh, I'm sorry, we already just said that one. Stuck in Paradise says, happy Taco Tuesday, and $4.20, which is Elon's favorite number from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is life, the universe, and everything as we know it. Rafael de Palma, €5, says, we are living in an amazing era. Experimental rocketry on streaming. Thanks for your passion out there. Thank you so much, Raphael. Terry Bagnus donated £10 and says, thanks for keeping the world updated. Thank you, Terry. And Andres Nicolette donated 10 euros. Thank you for that. Then we have Fabian Prill, €5. Go Space Karen, go. Jay Kavanaugh is $5 there. It says, so do you think SpaceX will try to recover SN8 if it splashes, or will it become an incredible dive site?
If SN8 manages to hit the water and it hasn't either had its auto or had its termination system fire, or it's like failed the landing, I think it's more likely going to be a pancake by the time any divers or anyone is able to get out to it, because of the speed it's likely going to hit the water at. Um, and I would also likely believe that the EPA will not be too happy if SpaceX leaves a 100-ton hunk of steel with a battery that is likely toxic to the environment around it underwater. So they will try to recover as much as they can, most likely, especially if there's a failure on the vehicle of sorts that requires them to figure out what exactly went wrong.
Yeah, so any big pieces will be cleaned up, and then you might find some floating debris like COPVs, for a few weeks or months afterwards. But typically those will be washed ashore very quickly, especially being that close to the shoreline. So you'll probably see it all the way up to South Padre Island. You might find some debris all the way down to the Mexico border. Anything else further out than that would be, less likely, but you still might be able to find something. But yeah, a diving excursion in that area would be fun after they've done the cleanup, and see if you can find anything else, which would help clean it up. The the other part that you might see, as far as like when it hits the water, the tip of the nose cone area and the flaps would probably have some pieces that are still in one piece. You'd see a lot of stringers as far as before the cleanup effort, but yeah, there would be large amounts of debris sunk to the bottom. Not much will float up to the top. The next one we have is from Yarmarnar again, donated $10 and says, "Silly question. Why do they call it a farm? Do they have the propellants trucked in and then stored in massive tanks? Is that the way they do it?"
Felix, you want to take this one?
So yeah, the farm itself is basically we call it a farm because they keep getting more and more tanks, as if they are farming the tanks themselves. It's not what the fuel is. So we're not farming fuel, we're farming tanks. That's one of the reasons why we call it a fuel farm. So they do have the LOX tanks, the methane tanks, as well as nitrogen tanks. Then there's just the three amigos at the far right, which are water tanks. And yeah, they just, as I said, seem to be collecting them. They have tanks back from Hoppy's days. You can actually see one to the far left that's just looks like two white cylinders on lab cam right now. Those are the original tanks from Hoppy's days. That one is a oxygen tank. They even used helium tanks back in the day for pressurization for Hoppy, but they don't use helium any longer, as far as we can tell. It uses oxygen as pressurization on the vehicle. They have the lines that you can see on NerdleCam. Just at the very top, there is one of those is the middle line, which goes into the methane tank. Any other fun names as far as the tanks that we have?
We have the three amigos, I believe, but I don't believe we've named any of the other tanks in the tank farm.
Oh, we do have one. We have Tankenstein Jr. That's the one with the all the antennas and everything else sticking on it, just to the left of Hoppy.
Gotcha. Yeah, that one
Yeah,
has a bunch of like radar antennas and so on the top to help with fire direction and telemetry immersed
no,
to
those
it.
are just at the very top. Those are just anemometers. They're just weather vanes, basically.
Oh, no kidding. Huh.
And then it's got cameras down below that. And then looks like some Wi-Fi. So hey, you've got nice Wi-Fi or maybe a hotspot. And ooh, they just took down the right, basically the right flap hold down tie. So they need to go over to do the left one. So a little while longer. They're going to take a while to come down.
Hello.
Hello.
Is this
Someone's
Scotty?
been, someone's
Hello.
been lurking in chat.
I was lurking and listening. Hello, it's Scotty here. Just figured I'd jump in. So, how are we all doing?
Doing
All
good.
right.
Doing well,
just-
thank you.
Just watching the flap skid unhinged, so SNA can stretch her wings.
Oh yes, I was at work hoping and praying for it to, and then it got delayed.
So you were hoping and praying for a delay, and you got one.
Yes.
Okay, so the next part is everybody has this on mind now. They are hoping and praying for Scotty to go to bed.
No, not fair. But
Not yet.
not yet. It's only 6 p.m. here, so we've got plenty of time left yet. But, God. But yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing this fly. Oh, I've been pinged. Who's already pinging me? I'm apparently popular. Oh, everyone's saying go to bed, as per. Yes, in both Discord and YouTube. So, sorry I interrupted. So, what were you guys going through the QA at the moment?
Yep.
Just going through some questions and answering them from the Nerdle community right now.
The Nerdle community. Okay.
Yep.
Right, I'll let you continue. Sorry, I just figured I'd introduce myself because I was lurking around, so I'm here now.
All right. Talk to you later, Scotty. All right. Let's see here. Kyle Goddard donated $5 Canadian and asks, what are the flaps for? Why aren't they fixed?
So, the flaps are the aerodynamic surfaces of the starship. So basically, when it's coming through the atmosphere, re-entering and/or doing belly flop, like is what is expected today. They will control the rate of descent, and then they will also control the pitch, yaw, and roll of the craft. They will be helped by RCS most likely today during the hop. We are unsure about that, but the flaps are used for aerodynamic control during any part of the flight through an atmosphere. And then as for why they're not fixed, well, they need to be able to move in order to control in a very, very fine way as to, where the vehicle's leaning and pointing and so on. So if they were fixed, like what was, I believe that was intended on an earlier version of Starship, it might have been ITS 2017, something like that. Um, but if they're fixed, it causes a much greater issue in terms of control, where that they basically would rely on RCS for a flight like that. Um, so basically, the aerodynamics surfaces of the vehicle, when they're able to move, it just basically allows for redundancy and a greater sense of movement.
Yeah, so the ITS did just have basically a delta wing, no movements at all. That one was weird. Like comparative to now, we have flaps that do the movements for the vehicle. They basically are the control surfaces and preventing it from, let's say, flipping or rotating or allowing it to decide, okay, this is where I want to go, this is how I get there, and this is how I can slow down the quickest and the best way. So yeah, the flaps are kind of cool on that and the structure how it works. Um, the next question we have looks like from Chris Anderson. It says it donates $5 and says, "Where are all the ladders?" So yeah, he's obviously seen one of my show and tells where we kind of do a little game in the background of spot the ladder. And so there actually are two ladders on screen right now. You have the test stand 1 and test stand 2. Each of those has a ladder to go up, and then you have some stairs to go up all the rest of the way. But yeah, so if you are interested in finding out all things Starship and SpaceX and Boca Chica related, we do what I call a show and tell. Usually it's around, I'd say, 6 p.m. Boca Chica time, or sometimes earlier, sometimes later. We do for that and other events that you can get the notifications underneath the content notifications area of Discord. You just have to click on the little emoji icons at the bottom under content notifications to be signed up for those roles. So when you have road closures or pad clear, venting, engine chill, siren, or scrubs, or even the Lab Padre events, or what I was talking about before, the show and tell, you can sign up for those and come in and join and watch and learn a ton of things. And then the as I said, Chris has got that ladder problem as I do now. um, so April Zvan donated $5. Jay Kavna another $2. Danny Bell donated $5 and says, "Can we switch between the cams here, or does it each have its own stream?"
So each of the cams does have its own, I guess you could say, stream, but you can switch between the live streams. If you look in the description of any of the cams, you should see right at the bottom there is there's some links, one for each camera. They're just numbered 2 through 7. Each of the different cameras has a different angle or view of Starship. You can watch one of them or all of them at the same time if you would like.
Watch about 5 of them at the same time. John Krindich donated $10. Zagbod donated €2. And then welcome to our new members, Oliver, Ben Poirier, Brian Blakely, and then Life of Nerd. Thank you and welcome to the Green Team and the community, and that helps so much with as far as keeping the cameras operating for your donations and your memberships.
Just
and then
to
also,
quick,
yeah.
Just to quickly go back to the cameras, you did used to be able to switch between the cameras within stream, but for some reason YouTube removed that ability, and hopefully in the future they'll add it back so you don't have to switch between the different ones. But yes, they did used to have that ability if people were asking that question as well.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the multi-view is gone. It is a feature that is sorely missed.
May
but
it rest in peace.
But we do have that feature available as the community members. So if you're a gold member above, I believe, you can access that, which has the cameras in all of the basically one screen, so you can watch it all at once, or you can switch back and forth very quickly between the ones you would like to watch. But yeah,
and something I thought I'd point out real quickly is if you become a Lab Padre member, you can actually get access to the multicam stream view, which will let you watch 4 live streams simultaneously at the same time. And you can become a member by looking right below the stream next to the subscribe button, at least on computer. There is a button that says join. If you select that and become a member, you will gain access to the multi-view.
All right, I didn't know about that part. Nice. All right, going back to the regular questions that people have asked here. First one from Sandra Sanchez asks, how much fuel in gallons is used on SN8?
I don't know if we have an exact number on that one, actually. I know we have a number for the full Starship, like when they're actually flying it with fully fueled tanks. But Elon did say that SN8 will not be fully fueled. In fact, it'll only be partially fueled. I would expect it to be even less than half of the full capacity, just based that we only need about a 50-second burn time for this flight, which puts the needed fuel probably about maybe a third of a tank on both of them is probably my guess. That's not a fact. That's just me speculating.
Isn't it about let's see, Falcon, you had some numbers on how much each Raptor used per second, right?
Yeah, the rough estimate was that at 100% thrust, it used about 1 ton of propellant per engine per second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's 150 tons right there.
But as for the whole in gallons, what the vehicle holds, I'm unsure. I remember I did some estimates for how much the tanks were able to hold in terms of cubic meters a while ago, but I don't have the figures in front of me. We just know that the vehicle holds about 1,250 tons worth of propellant, and that's in the liquid oxygen and liquid methane.
For a landing burn, how long were they doing the landing burn? Do you remember?
I believe Flight Club had that. I don't have it on hand, but I can find it unless you have that information in front of you.
I just did. Oh, there it is. Okay, found it. I have so many tabs open that it's crazy. So yeah, the last bit right here is going to be between 20 seconds. It looks like it's going to be the actual kickflip.
Yeah, probably about 15-20 seconds, I would say.
So yeah, that last 20 seconds. Let's be overestimate on this just because we can. If you're looking at that 20 seconds, there's another for 3 engines. That's another 60 metric tons of fuel. So you're looking at 210 tons of metric fuel at least, if not just a little bit more for reserves. So I guess let's put it at like 230 for the amount of fuel that they would need. The vehicle can hold up to 1,200 metric tons of fuel, and that's in a LOX and methane ratio, where methane is about 22% and LOX is about 78%.
Well, there's your answer then.
Yeah, so now you just have to figure out how much each one is. But that's going to be the best answer I can give you without doing all of the math, but I gotta leave some fun for you.
Hey.
Okay, so John
Lab
Norris,
Padre back on the mic for you.
It said that
Once
going
again,
back
thank
to
you all
the
for
launch
tuning in
control and heat
and
dispersal,
hanging out with us here.
didn't the launch pad at Cape Canaveral have a water
Live
pump
at Boca
system to
Chica,
help
we
with
are
the launch?
3.8 miles
And if
from
so,
the
why
launch
not use
site.
a system like this?
Other than
They
the
actually
Central
do have
SpaceX
a
employees
system
at Stargate, we are
for
the
this,
closest
be it
people on
rudimentary
Earth
at
to
best,
Stargate.
down at
I mean,
Boca Chica.
Starship right
They
now,
have
we'll be watching from
pipes or whatever,
3.8 miles away.
or what have you, that spray
we have
water
a
underneath
few people here with
the
us.
Starship when it is about to launch.
Some
Now,
of y'all that know
it's not
Zen
like where
Dragons
you see on Falcon 9, where when they
from
point a
our
camera at the
moderators.
engine section
We
of
also
Falcon
have
9 when it's about to
Mouser
lift
here.
off, they
We
have
have
a bunch
Alex
of these jets
Valderas. We have
spraying in towards the
Mrs.
engine to
Lab
help
Padre in the house
suppress
as
the
well.
sound. It's not as
Appreciate all you new members
intricate,
that are giving me
I guess is the
continued
best way to put it, as
extended
the system
support,
that they
and
have
everybody
at
else that is giving me
LC39A and
donations
Slick
out
40
there. Thank you
at
very
Cape
much.
Canaveral.
It's kind of hard to keep
But they do
track
have a
right
sound
now. We have
suppression
so
system
many
to
people
help
in the house. On this
coat the
stream
pad
right
in
now, we
water
have
and dampen it
8,600
that
people.
it doesn't get
and
damaged
over
as much as it could.
28,000 in the mainstream.
Okay, then Raplo1 donated $5 and says, exciting
I'm sure
History Day,
most
go
of y'all
SN8.
know that
Yep.
looks like we are
Keith
delayed
Crow,
till about
$20.
3
Thank you for
o'clock
that.
or so,
And
3:30.
then Mike,
From what I've been
Petco,
told,
donated
NASA
$10.
is going to
Thank
be
you for those donations.
deploying a
and then
plane
also,
out of Houston
if you're
to
not able
come
to
get
be able
some
to give us
aerial
some,
work,
any
aerial
monetary
filming
donations,
done for
give us
SpaceX.
a subscription.
So we are sitting
because
tightly
right
here
now we are basically
and
just under
just hoping for the best,
the
twiddling our
100,000 mark
thumbs,
that we are looking for.
drinking
So we
root
might be able
beer,
to get 100,000
getting ready to drink some root beer. Haven't cracked one open yet. but
So go ahead and
getting ready.
subscribe.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we're about almost
I see we have Russia in the
92,000
house.
right now, but it's
Where's everybody
been coming
from
up
today?
very quickly.
Why don't y'all give me
So
a
if you don't
roll
want to miss
call.
events like this
See if we
or
blow up the
other
chat real quick.
testing, like we have static fires and other cryo tests that are fun to watch, just something to relax with, click on that subscription and we can give you updates on things like what's going on here today.
There's a silly question which I've been dying to read out. Which will be the first astronauts?
Right on. Cambridge, Belgium, Holland, Germany, Ireland, Russia, UK, Netherlands, France, Turkey, Florida, Poland, Columbus, Illinois, Japan. We got the whole world watching today. Tons of people from the United States, of course, Canada, India, Sweden, Ukraine, Gynamade, Toronto. Oh, there goes the chat. I'm starting to lose it. Can't see them all now. There goes Paris. There goes Brazil, Italy, Finland. A couple people from Finland, Austria, Portugal, Scotland, Norway. If y'all hear those pops in the background, we got somebody popping fireworks next to it.
There we go.
All right, I'm back. Looks like I'm having some battery issues on the microphone. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see if we get this turned back on here. Uh-oh. There we go. It's like I jostled the camera just a bit. Sorry about that, guys. So I see we got quite a bit of people in from all around the world today. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm not sure if y'all heard what I was talking about earlier. I'm sure most of y'all know by now. We are waiting on NASA to bring in a high altitude plane to get some aerial filming done for SpaceX, and in the meantime they are working on some hydraulic issues on Starship. We're looking at about 3 o'clock, between 3 and 4 o'clock today. Just another 2.5, 3 hours. So we'll be sitting here twiddling our thumbs and drinking some root beer. Mega space nerd in the house. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for all your hard work and keeping everybody nice in the chat. Yes, I see Baz for Antifi is also confirming NASA area photo plane is set to be here right before 3 o'clock in Boca Chica. So that's what we're shooting for. For those of y'all that are looking for all the nerd action, all the commentary, they will not be on this stream. They will be on the other 4 main streams that we have: Nerdle Cam, Lab Cam, Predator Cam, Sentinel Cam. I see here Space is saying Thomas is doing commentary on stream while you were talking. We're not overlapping each other. They are talking on the main 4 streams, and this auxiliary stream is only me talking. So you may have both volumes up on both of your streams. This morning we started out about 48 degrees. We're up to 66 now. It's getting pretty warm out here. We had to change some clothes out here. We are 3.8 miles from the launch pad. We are the closest humans, other than SpaceX essential employees at Stargate. We are the closest humans to the Starship right now. So we are feeling really stoked about that. Test. Test. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm back on the microphone here. Sorry about that. I don't know if there's an audio issue. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Maybe they are. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Nerdlecam, y'all got a copy on me? Nerdlecam, y'all got a copy? Come back.
there's
that
some
also may be
crossover there.
why
I
they
do hear
have
the,
high altitude
audio.
There we
coming
go.
in from NASA.
Okay,
Just
Just
it's
in
back
case
on
they
now.
can't see it from
Yeah, it is
down
now. I
here,
was just
we can have some
I'm trying to
cameras
figure out the
above the
audio issue
clouds.
earlier, and I muted the
So there you
commentary
have
to try and figure it out. But we're back on now.
Ah, good.
All right.
This- So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. I've been on the other stream for a little bit talking. Our commentators are back, Scotty and Thomas, and who else do we got in the house?
We've got Falcon. He's our
Yeah.
newest commentator.
Falcon, welcome.
And so yeah, we've been just doing some Q&A and going through and thanking everybody.
If y'all are
for,
looking for
all
the
their donations and
other commentators,
it's
I
been
may have
quite an
spooked
exciting
them
day
off with
where
my
you have been
crossover
getting
audio.
the,
Thomas
close up to that
Techno,
100,000 subscriptions. We've just had
I'm sorry about that.
3,000 subscribers just
y'all are more than welcome to come back
just
in if you
today,
want. I think
the
I finally
past,
got it
about
situated.
3 hours or so.
Wow, thank you all. I really appreciate that. Really apologize that I haven't been around on this stream this morning. Been trying to get things situated on this side. For all of y'all
I
that
see,
don't
some
know,
people
we are
think that I'm on the wrong
3.8
feed. I am
miles
not on the
from
wrong
the launch
feed.
pad
I'm
out here at Boca
pretty
Chica.
sure
We're
I
just
am on
outside of the
the
exclusion
auxiliary
zone. We are,
new
other
feed that
than
started this morning
SpaceX
at 8
essential
a.m.
employees at the Stargate facility, we are the only humans on Earth this close to the Starship before it
Alrighty, and
launches.
I'm
So we are
being
really
told
stoked
that
to be out here
the
today.
Nerdle, I mean,
Wow, that's
the
really big
commentators
news.
have taken a break,
I
so they
haven't
will
heard
be back
anything about employees being at Stargate, and like the fact that you're so close.
shortly.
That is wow, 3.8
Yeah.
miles.
Yeah, I heard that
having a hard time
most
keeping up with all the
SpaceX
moderators and
employees were
every
going to
commentators
be
and everything
shuttled
that's going
over
on
to
out
the
here.
amphitheater
Also,
on
with
South Padre
everything
Island,
we're
but they would keep
doing
just a
out here at
small
Boca
amount,
Chica.
like one or two handfuls,
It's,
5 or 10 people that are going to be in the Stargate facility.
A little bit
But other than that,
stressful
we
trying
are
to
the
get
only
all
ones
this
out
stuff
here. It's
lined
just
up
us
for
and the
everybody out
birds.
here, but I think we got it
Oh,
all.
nice. Lots of crow out there.
Once again, thank
Oh
you
yeah,
everybody for tuning
lots
in.
of
Thank you
pelicans.
all
We're
new members and
literally
existing members for
on
your
the
continued
on the edge of the Rio Grande River right now,
extended
and we could,
support.
from
All
where
you
I'm standing talking to
donators
y'all,
out
I can
there
cast a fishing pole out there
dropping
and pull
some
me out a
cash for
redfish
us.
if I
We
wanted
love
to.
you all. You know, all that money goes to good
Nice.
use out there.
Fishing, streaming, rockets, all in one day. I think
Yep.
that's the perfect day for us right there. Got some nice lab root beer right there next to you, I suspect.
King, for some, your audio from prior is currently broadcasting over us.
Right now,
Yes.
again, damn it, what the hell?
No, I think everything sounds fine as far as I can tell on the stream.
If you unmute on Nerdle, you can hear.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off
If you
the mic
unmute
for
on
just a little
Nerdle,
bit
you
and
can hear
converse with some of the
Lab
people here in
and
the
us,
background. I'm not
and
sure if
the
y'all
chat's
picking
going
up that
mental.
background
Yep,
noise
yep.
or not. But
So Lab and us,
we will
we are
return
together
shortly.
in one stream
And,
right now.
Again,
on
the commentators are
Nerdlecam
going to be
as
going
well
over to
as,
the Nerdle
Webcam.
Cam here in just a few minutes. If y'all want to
No, I
tune
mean,
in over there for a
literally-
bit,
So
we'll talk soon.
So
Hold on a second. Let me
Padre out.
let me mute the audio on the stream so we can talk about this
okay,
and figure this out. Hold on one second.
okay, no problem. Okie dokie.
All right, I'll listen in on the other camera here for
Okay.
SN8's cam.
All right, we're back live on the Nerdle cam. I'll let y'all go ahead and talk, and let's see. I'll listen for a double audio.
Okie dokie.
So,
yeah.
Here we go. So, hello all, Scott here. It's hopefully the audio issues should now be sorted out. I'm joined by Falcon and Thomas, who will be going through with us. So, do you want to take it away, Thomas? We hopefully won't be driving people insane now.
Yeah, so we do seem to have the audio fixed. So if you do have double audio at this point, it means you have more than one stream open at the same time, and you need to mute one of those streams. But otherwise, yeah, it sounds like we've got our audio difficulties sorted out now. Thank you for bearing with us here. So yeah, as we've mentioned, there is just plenty of slow movement going down Highway 4, where I've seen turtles go faster, but that's what we've got with this boom lift here. Oh, look at this this golf cart just, going back and forth trying to slow down because it can't stay any slower than the boom lift. Wow. We do have the donations we're going through. I'll redo the last few here. That says Troy Myers, thank you for the $5. Then we have a Russian name. I'm not able to figure out what it says, but it says from Russia with love, and he sent 100 rubles. And then Benjamin Caston, $5. Thank you for that. We've got Tor, who donated a Norwegian krone for 200 of those, and says thanks for streaming. Then Rube, I'm sorry, there's no comments, but it's from a Russian name, and it's 180 rubles. Thank you for that. So let's see here. Then we have some new members that I'd like to thank. So first off, Don Deskuik, David Balambra, Fabricio Matteo, Chip Chapin, Ben Coman, Demigod121, Eric Mean, Matt Lester, Tejuju Horsch, Jeff Nell, Mark Dav61, William Taylor, and Joseph Moore. Then we have a few more down here. Let's see, Dave Beckwith, Chip Chapin, Daryl Richard, Darlene Schomer, and then it says none of your business. Good username. Joseph Hannon, Petra Martinez, Benjamin Caston, Sky Puppet, Viz Kokomo. Sorry. Then we've got Stephen Koch, Peter Locke. All of you, thank you and welcome to the Green Team, and thank you so much for your support for Lab Padre. It keeps all the cameras and everything running and helps us out in making sure that we are able to provide good streams for you, other than the slight audio technical
I was going to say, maybe a good stream, but not so much good audio.
On this one today, the audio's a little bit off, but it's working now. I've just double checked on the other streams that everything is where it should be. So far, we're sounding pretty good. So we do have additional questions we can go through, but is there anything that is outstanding business that we should talk about before we go to the questions?
Well, it looks like, as we were saying, there's been the world's slowest man lift going down the road. So I wonder what that's going to be used for, because could it be possibly to unhook the left-hand fling wing that's currently still chained? Do you think?
It doesn't really make sense to me, because the one that's currently up messing around in the flight termination system area of the Starship, it was able to do the right one.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why suddenly it wouldn't be able to do the left one, because it's supposed to be a level surface. It's not like you can't reach it. So I'm not entirely sure, why they need that man lift down there. It's rather strange.
So
Unless...
those are both JLG 1850s from what I can tell. And so they should be able to get all the way up. They can go to 60 meters, is from what I remember, for the JLG 1850. And yeah, that is so odd that they have one just going off to the right, and it's doing its thing, but this other one's just slowly coming down the road. It does seem like they are going to go for that second one for whatever reason. The first one couldn't do it. Maybe they're having mechanical issues with the that particular boom lift. But yeah, that's the only thing that's been going on, and the lab has been having some fun over on the SN8 cam that is also known as the Raptor Roost cam, but that's the one live to everybody today. It's normally a members camera. He's been showing off the fun times that him and his guests are having. And then, so yeah, the next question here is from Danny Tuzin. They ask, who will be the first astronauts on a starship? Maybe Rusty Buckets or Lab Padre himself. What do you guys think?
Can I be first, please?
Or Scotty?
I don't think we even have an inkling as to who would fly on Starship first. I know, or at least this is just my educated opinion on it, is that I don't believe we will see astronauts go on ascent on a Starship for a while. I think the 2023 Dear Moon flight that's supposed to happen, I personally think they'd be better off sending the crew up to a Starship waiting in low Earth orbit on Dragons, and then transferring the crew over from the Dragons to the Starships to then send off to the Moon. Since you would arguably need a really, really, really good safety record for Starships to fly aircraft, or not fly aircraft, to fly a Starship out of the Moon. Because if you remember, like, Elon's wanting Starship to become like an aircraft, a commercial airline, where you can get on it and fly from point to point and go wherever, and be as reliable as an aircraft. And in order to do that, you usually have to fly an aircraft hundreds of times prior to putting actual passengers on board. So the answer would be probably the Japanese billionaire, along with his friends, that he's planning to take out to the moon.
All 20 of them, all artists, and yeah.
Is it 20? I thought it was 10.
Yeah, it's 20 is
Wow.
what I was hearing.
All right,
was like originally he was paying for, I think it was like 3 or 4 seats on the Dragon capsule going around the moon, and it was basically him and several other people that he was paying for, and then he upgraded to Starship for like up to 20 people is what he was looking at doing just to go around the moon. And it's like this huge like first of artists go to space. What happens? And I hope Scott Manley or other good YouTubers, maybe even our good friend Tim Dodd would love to do that, or even Kevin Space Eccentric. One of those guys would definitely love to be on the first orbit around the moon. It's the takeoff and the landing with Starship that we all worry about.
I think with Tim Dodd, you'd have to literally physically restrain him not to go on it.
That's about right.
Yeah, it'd be really hard to prevent some of these YouTubers from going up.
Okay, so Falcon, would you go up if you could be one of the first?
I mean, heck yeah. Why wouldn't I? I mean, I believe I'm in good physical condition to do that. Of course, I'd need training and so on prior to going, but if someone just walked up to me and was like, hey, do you want to fly on the first Starship? Like, heck yeah, I would. Someone would have to be silly to say no.
Yeah, I'd go up as long as I could take some Yorkshire puddings with me. Why not?
Yeah, so that I would jump for it. I would just so jump for that. Like the training, yes, that's hard, but it's worth it just to do, around the moon. Going into space, you'd feel a little bit of sickness going into space for about, was it 50% or something like that of the astronauts get a little bit of motion sickness or something.
They do. You when you first go into space, as your body adapts.
Totally worth it.
Yes, you get as you first get into space, as your body adapts and the fluids start moving around into different places, you start to get this space sickness. I think quite a few of the Apollo astronauts got it, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, there's a there's a ladder with the Lab Padre shirts and everything else on the stream. Oh, it's been kind of a cool viewing area. That's as close as you can get. Is that looks like that gazebo? Oh, that's cool. So yeah, Lab is on site. He's said like 4.25 miles away. It's really close. So the only people closer are basically people hiding in the bushes, which there shouldn't be any, and then the people over at Stargate building, which I had no clue that they were still had personnel on site there. So it sounds like it's just a skeleton crew on site for basically doing what they're doing right now. Everybody else is basically off watching Starship just sit there and watching the boom lift go up and down, and hopefully we'll have that world's slowest boom lift come along shortly and go on up and do its job. We do have a nice little note from Sasha. It says $5 here. It's traditional for nothing to happen before Scotty goes to sleep. Go to sleep, Scott.
Oh, no. As usual, no. Not yet. It's 7 p.m. here, so we've got plenty of time to burn the midnight oil. And yeah, I'm hoping maybe if they get their bums in gear, well, I might be able to see the launch.
Oh, there's the the boom lift still going down. Oh, it's just barely hitting the left-hand side of that curve. I thought it was off to the right by now. I'm sorry. I was hoping it was further than it was. But yeah, you can tell by the pace of that boom lift. We still have a while to wait, and hopefully that boom lift doesn't have to be brought down to the other end of the road. Otherwise, you guys just really need a nice large truck to put that on, or trailer to move those around, because bringing it on and off is a lot quicker and probably safer than it is to drive one of these things as slow as they do down the road like that. It is closed though, so it's safe as far as that goes. But you hit a pothole or something else, and you might get flung out of the vehicle. That might be why he's going so slow. They're very dangerous. They're like not trebuchets. Trebuchets are much more fun, but a large what are those called? Not trebuchet. The other one. I said it before.
Catapult?
Catapult. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so you don't want to catapult off one of those.
No.
All right, moving along. You have a couple more donations and new members to talk about. Jimmy Axberg donated 50 Swedish coronas. Thank you for that. And says, did I miss if you mentioned the brownish thing running down from the crane location to the bottom? Is that a crack, a leak of fuel? I'm so hyped. Thanks.
It isn't brown. It's actually orange. It just looks brown at the moment from the way the lighting is. But that is a lot of the telemetry and power cables which run up the length of the vehicle, much like a lot of other vehicles, including Falcon 9, have enclosed in raceways. SNA doesn't have a raceway to help enclose it or what have you. But basically, up at the top there is where we believe the avionics package is, and that's between the top dome of the liquid methane tank and the nose cone section. And that's where the battery pack is with the 2 Tesla batteries, as well as a lot of the other avionics and so on. So that's what those cables are. That's what that brown streak that you're seeing is a bunch of the cables that help control and command the vehicle.
Yeah, and I think right now the reason it looks so dark is just the shadow on it that's being cast from the boom lift. Honestly, that's all I think is what you're seeing. So if you scroll back, everything else looks dark earlier, but yeah, it's just a shadow that you're seeing right now. Then we have a couple more new members, Gary Giverts and Mr. Jake's Place and Eminem, or is it 2 M's? I don't know. Welcome to the green team. So the next question right here is from Pier Paolo Gamaliel. I'm sorry I butchered that name. I know I did. The question is, what temperature reaches the thruster?
I believe he's asking how hot the engine gets when it's firing. We don't have like an exact temperature, but I would guess up to about 1,000 C. But that's just the internal exhaust gases. The nozzles regeneratively cooled, which means that they flow the liquid methane through the nozzle to help keep it cool, to prevent the hot exhaust gases from melting it. But I don't believe we have an exact temperature. Let's just say it's very hot. You would not want to put your hand near it.
Just to give another closer approximation of the number, it's going to be around 1,900 degrees C. That's what the methane is able to burn at. And so you have to go through and look at it in two ways. So if it's an orange flame, it is actually going to be cooler because it's basically fuel rich at that point. And if it's a blue flame, it means it's actually burning really hot. That's going to be the hottest you can get because it's burning clean. And so if you're looking at the 1,960 degrees C, that is going to be 3,560 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's going to be the approximate value that I can find very quickly here for you. All right, the next question is from External Starfire. What mechanism is used to force fuel propellant to the engines under zero gravity?
Scotty, would you like to answer that one? Is he gone for the moment? Yep, he's gone. Okay, so under zero gravity, what they plan to do is they autonomously pressurize the vehicle, which means the propellant is pressurized, but also what the engines need is ullage. Ullage is basically when you force the propellant down to the bottom of the tank where the feed lines pull the fuel in from, fuel and oxidizer, and they will likely use the RCS thrusters, and that would be also powered by the liquid hydrogen, liquid methane, or not liquid, I keep saying that, I'm sorry, liquid oxygen, liquid methane, and those would likely be pulled from the header tanks to prevent there from being any air bubbles or issues in regards to the propellant.
So it does sound like we actually have one other thing to talk about on that is the you kind of mentioned the just like the pressure a bit. We do have autogenous pressurization capable on the vehicle as it is. So early Hopper model, you can see to the left, that version used pressure from just helium, and it's very expensive, but also really hard to get at, especially on a place like Mars. So with Starship, you're going to use autogenous pressurization, where you're basically taking the fuel and converting it from a liquid to a gas. So they basically pipe that gas up to the top of the each of those respective tanks that the fuel originally came from, and you now have a pressure that you can work with. So it used to be, helium. Now it's basically the same thing. So I do have one other thing. Let's see if I can get it ready. Prize.
Were you looking for me just a second ago, guys?
Yeah, I guess you have. We've got you as well right now, and we do have an on-scene reporter. So you remember our good friend Grandpa Joe, right?
Yes, sir.
He has the view from the other side, and he was looking at coming in and talking with us as well here. So let's see if I can bring him in with us as well.
Right on.
Grandpa Joe, hello, welcome, you're on. Grandpa Joe, you there? Oh, I guess you're muted. Let me see if I can fix that. Grandpa Joe, can you hear me? Oh, I guess not. But
hey.
What can you see from... oh, there you are.
Hey, Thomas, thank you for the invite. How's everybody feeling about the launch today?
Oh.
I'm hopeful that it'll happen.
I don't know, man. I don't know. With all these delays, I just don't know.
Yes, sir. I have to agree. They have 2 booms out there, I see, and sounds like they have a fair bit of work, but it is still possible, I think.
Did y'all make it across to your location that we talked about the other day?
Yes, sir. We made it to 4.2 miles away on lovely Clark Island. We checked in with the FAA, the Coast Guard, and the county, and they were all okay with it until this morning when the county found us and kicked us out. So
really?
Yes. They found us by drone, actually. But that's okay. We're right next to the SpaceX Pavilion on South Padre Island, and we are watching it from there.
All right.
So the area that was allowed is no longer allowed, but sorry about that,
That's
Grandpa
okay.
Joe.
We had quite the adventure, and Cameron County sheriffs are very nice people.
Wow.
Yes, sir. So there's about 100 people out on the beach, and so not as many as we were expecting for a historic launch, but everybody's in a good mood. They've been waiting all day. And, more people are arriving minute by minute. The SpaceX area is fairly middling as far as the number of people there. So no huge crowds. So maybe they know something we don't.
Well, you see the pavilion? That's the one with all the SpaceX workers, correct?
Not too many SpaceX workers are there right now.
So I guess that you might see them either appear last minute, where they just come out of the woodwork.
Yes, I am waiting for a SpaceX convoy to pass me by. There have been a few SpaceX employees riding in trucks coming in.
Well, I heard through the grapevine that some things were changed out there at the amphitheater, and SpaceX kind of toned back their little shindig, and it was supposed to be originally it's supposed to be for all SpaceX workers and their family, and it looks like they toned it back to only essential SpaceX workers now.
That might be the cause.
They're with all what's going on in the world lately, I think they might have caught some heat for having so many people in one area, so they had to tone it back just a bit. I can't confirm that, but I think that is what's going on and why you don't see so many people out there right now.
Yeah, sounds right. Makes sense. And how's the weather been where each of you have been at? Have you had any wind issues, or is it too hot or anything like that?
It is.
Out here in Boca Chica, it is calm out here. Maybe I barely see the treetops moving. It might be 2 to 3 mile an hour winds. It is about 68 degrees, I think, right now. And this morning when we got here, it was about 46 degrees. It was really chilly. But other than that, it is beautiful out here. It's halfway blue skies. We do have some overcast coming over, really high overcast coming over from the north. Looks like it's spreading over to the south. So I hope that doesn't cause any problems. How about you, Grandpa Joe? How was it this morning for y'all? Pretty chilly on the water, I bet.
Oh, it felt perfect. It was great out on the water, very calm, no wind. And here we are out at South Padre Island. We've got no wind in the palm trees, perfectly blue, clear skies, except for that little overcast coming in from the north. And I don't think that'll cause any issues there. So, perfect day for a launch. It's almost getting a little warm for December.
Yeah. Yeah, that overcast is looking pretty tall. That's probably around 50, 60,000 feet. So that might be when it does launch, it's probably going to reach that ceiling and then hopefully not pop through it to where we don't see it anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that interfering at all, even with visibility.
Yeah.
How's the lab outpost? Y'all got your cameras ready to go for the launch tracking?
Indeed, we have a auxiliary camera and stream going on right now. It is a public stream. If you go check through all the different streams we have, it is up and rolling. We got about 7 or 8 people out here. We're having a good time, popping tops, eating pizza, having a grand old time.
Today is definitely pizza day. Oh. Okay, so either way, I'm going to eat jalapenos on this one, or the spiciest peppers I can find, and I'm putting them on my pizza. Oh, yeah.
Well, I've just got the good old British cup of tea, so there we go.
It's a good sign they haven't canceled it yet, right? Usually,
So yeah, they do have the boom lift coming down right at the moment, Lab. So we can see that the first one is mostly all the way down, and that second one is probably going to work its way around to try to get to that flap that still has the tie down on it on the top left. everything else has been removed. It's ready to go. It's just that one. It's been
Is it actually tied
slow
down?
for them.
We think so,
As
yeah.
far as we can tell, you can see the tie down on it. It's
So,
stretched
I mean,
across.
did they tie him? Did they tie him back down this morning then? Because they
Apparently
were.
this
I thought.
morning and last night they did.
Yeah, because they were
So-
all. We were wide open last night for the test.
Last night, I
Yeah.
went out to the dunes after the test, and they were tying them back down at 9:30 p.m. last night.
Oh wow.
That's strange, isn't it? And they're tying back down right before the launch.
Maybe they were concerned about some winds possibly coming in or something. Who knows? That's very strange. I do need to give a special shout out to all of our support out there, starting out with the Sapphire Condominiums. Great spot here helping us out with these streams. Thank you all very much for all your support. We have the Isla Grande Beach Resort, also another fine place here on South Padre Island. If y'all are ever in the area and need lodging, Sapphire Condos and the Isla Grande Beach Resort are great spots, as well as the Pearl, SPI, Orbital Media Networks, and of course all the media, all our moderators out there and commentators doing an awesome job out there, keeping this place a nice, clean, groovy gig for everybody in the world to watch. Thank you all for helping us out. Tomas from the Sapphire, great. No, so that's a different guy, Tomas. Tomas from the Sapphire.
Okay.
Thank you very much for all your help and consideration. We also give a special shout out to Chris and Carter, special friends of friends. If y'all are listening, thank y'all for tuning in. Y'all should be getting some goodies in the mail shortly. Alrighty.
We'll get back to doing some more questions and answers while we're just waiting here for something to happen. Looked like a generator just did a little bit of action there or something like that. There was a bit of dust that picked up at the pad. But yeah, thank you so much, Grandpa Joe, for joining us here this evening. Hope to talk to you guys later.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm walking back out of cell service, so I'll be touching back in. Good luck, guys, and good luck, SpaceX. And before I go, special shout out to Lab Padre. Great guy and great community. Love being here, and it's been a pleasure meeting you all.
Hey.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Grandpa Joe. See you later.
Is that just a silly question? Is that a spin on Willy Wonka?
Yes, it is.
Oh, fantastic! I was thinking that, and yeah, that's exactly what I was like.
Yeah, he doesn't look like Grandpa Joe, but for the longest time I thought, wow, that's what he looks like. He looks like Willie's grandfather from that movie. Oh wait, it wasn't. His name was Joe. Speaking of names of Thomas, Thomas Pleisted asks, what are the landing legs configured? Are they the same as SN5 and 6?
We seem to think so, don't we?
I believe they are. They still haven't upgraded to the version 1.0. Is it? These are still the version 0.9, if I remember correctly.
I think these are still 1.1. The version 2 legs are the self-leveling ones that we're looking for. These ones are different from everything else, but they're just disposable legs.
We've got a
They
second
throw 'em
lift.
away.
We've got a second lift on the way up.
Yep, that was the slow one, I think.
Oh, was it?
So-
Has it
oh, yeah,
finally
yeah.
made its way like a snail?
Yep.
So let's see.
Beep, beep, beep.
Just real quick, guys. I'm gonna jump off the mic in case y'all were gonna look for me for any other questions on my end. I'm gonna be off the mic for just a bit. I'll be back shortly though.
No problem. See you
All right.
later, King.
All right.
Yeah,
Padre.
and just as you leave, we do actually have a special guest that here. So we do have a guest. Let me get him in here for now. There's so many other guests in the other part of the server. It's hard to find. So let me just jump into another channel where he'll be at, so I can talk with him, make sure he's already as well. if you guys want to go ahead and get another question going, I'll be.
Okie dokie. So, where were we down? So, stuck in paradise. What random thing do you think Elon and SpaceX will launch next? Roadster and so we had the Roadster and Starman.
So why is that plane flying over here when you got TFR?
It's
Okay, sorry about that. There's obviously labs in with a crowd of people, and apparently the plane flying quite close by. Either way, so Falcon, what do you reckon they think they might send up, if anything? This is a test, sort of a dry mass. You know, like they sent up the car and Starman.
I've heard like the two main things I've thought about is either just send a Raptor into space, or like just launch a Raptor, or launch a Tesla semi onto into orbit.
I can imagine, like they're just like, or maybe they'll. I don't know. What would be funny is if they did, like, if they sent Hoppy up. I know it's too big.
Yeah,
If they sent Hoppy up as a payload, just because they can. And let's have a look. What else have we got in terms of questions? So we've got Alamute. For Falcon, what happens to the second stage? The first stage on. So the Falcon 9, they do tend. There is a fair amount still in orbit. A lot of them deorbit due to orbital drag. They're not very high up in the atmosphere, so eventually they do. I think they sometimes also deorbit themselves if they have enough fuel. But there is quite a few of Falcon 9 second stages still in orbit. There is actually a map where you can see orbital debris, and there's a list of Falcon 9 spent boosters you can look up. I can't remember the website off the top of my head. But yes, so I see Thomas is back. Do you want to introduce our guest?
Have
Thomas.
a special guest with us here. We have Will from the Space News Pod. He is basically the Space News Pod is the latest in space news, and it's an analysis about astronomy, SpaceX, space technology, and more. For the Space News Pod is for space enthusiasts, human spaceflight lovers, as well as rocket launch fanatics. Welcome to the Lab Padre stream. We have Will. I think Will is currently muted. Let me see if I can.
Yeah,
fix
so
that.
he's got. No,
there we go, Mel. Are you able to talk now?
There we go. I am able to talk. Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Yeah. So so Will, you have a lot of videos about SpaceX as well as different parts of space, including Mars and just astronomy and all the ways that Starship can get us to Mars and all those things. So what's your favorite subject about anything Starship and Mars and I guess space related here?
Well, currently we're doing a series of videos on the interior of Starship, and that's kind of where we're focusing recently. And before we started with these interior videos, that was kind of it's a huge dream for basically all of humanity to kind of leave this planet and go to Mars. And recently we kind of dipped our toe into it, and we started kind of imagining the interior, like what it's going to be like to travel to Mars. And I never really thought about that before we started these things, but that's my current sort of fascination, is what it's going to be like to actually lift off, fly by the moon. Like, how crazy is that going to be? That's going to be insane. You're going to fly past the moon to go to Mars, and we're going to see things that we've never seen before, and it all kind of starts today. So I'm really excited about if this thing launches today, how far we're going to go in the next 10 years, 15, 20 years, what's going to happen. So that's where I'm kind of focusing lately.
Well, so you're right now, the biggest project lately is that like that part on Mars where you're actually getting to Mars. So there's a lot of things that I've looked at myself and others of like health and as far as like the astronauts and things over a long duration like that, what are some of the ideas and things that you've looked at and talk about here?
Well, we've been, the flight deck is our first video. So we looked at the flight deck and how amazing it would be if they actually pull off those giant windows. Like we all see those giant windows at the top of the Starship renders. And we worked with Neopork to do some really great renders. But the initial part was the flight deck. And now we're kind of digging deeper into the rocket, right? So you get the top deck, flight deck, observation, where you get to see these beautiful views, and then next deck, I can't really divulge anything yet because we're not really done with it. So we don't really want to spill the beans quite yet. But we have done a bunch of research. Actually, Neil, my co-host, has done a bunch more research than I have about how you're going to actually live in this thing. Like sleeping quarters. What are we going to do with the waste? Those are the things. Those are the little things that you don't really think about before you strap a rocket or strap yourself into a rocket and go that far away. Months and months of travel, and then you get there, and then it's years before you get home. What are you going to do with all this stuff that the human waste, etc.? Because we do all create waste. Whether it's a candy bar wrapper or anything else like that. There are ways to mitigate that.
Have you considered the issue of a washer on a machine washer for your clothing on something like Starship? Has that ever come up?
Very briefly, but yeah, and that's the thing. We did a little bit of research on the ISS. They don't really wash that much. Like there's no real. I don't believe there's a washing machine on the ISS unless I'm mistaken.
Oh yeah, as far as I know, there is not. It's you throw away your clothes.
Yeah,
that's all you can do.
Yeah, disposable clothes. And then what do you do for that sort of long duration space flight? Do you have a stack of clothes for, like, do you wear the same outfit for a week? And
6 months later, yeah.
Yeah, there's gonna be.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, imagine if there's any work going into developing a 0G washing machine. So like somehow like a large amount of water is poured in the middle and it's somehow agitated so it'll clean the clothes, because you don't need that much water to clean something in space. You only need like a drop of water on yourself to when the astronauts give themselves a bit of a rub down, don't they?
Pretty much, yeah. It's like a really minimal sponge bath, or like they use wet wipes. We did a little bit of research about like how to clean yourself in space, because you don't really need to take a full shower. You can, they have a bunch of the Huggies wet wipes, and they're kind of stuck up against the wall on Velcro, or they're tethered down or something like that. And there's they have wet wipes. They have the sanitation as well. Like the bathroom of the ISS. They have all sorts of different. They have numerous kinds of toilet paper, depending on what. I guess, I mean, it's weird as it is. Like there's certain kind of grits to toilet paper, and apparently the Russians like a grittier toilet paper. So, it's a weird thing to think about, but those are the things that that are interesting to us. Is like how because we're all born on this planet and we're all sort of made for Earth, but once you leave it, then what? Then you venture off to Mars or wherever you're going to go. What are the things that are going to make you happy, and can it be a good experience the whole way through?
Well,
right now it's not currently the Star Trek future that we're imagining.
No.
It's kind of this like, this is kind of odd. But one thing I've heard is the astronauts, they don't move around a lot, so there's not a lot of exercise, so there's not a lot of sweat or anything else, so you don't have that as a big issue. But they also do have like gym clothes, I guess you could say, where it's like, yeah, this is for the exercise routine, and then I switch back and the wet wipe stuff you mentioned before.
I'd be interested with, you're talking about like going to Mars. Once we start reproducing on Mars, will humans then be able to return to Earth if they weren't born on Earth? Because their muscle density will be different, and they may even be a little bit taller because of the lesser gravity. And but then again, nutrition might be an issue, which might stunt their growth. You've got all these kind of factors that bounce around my head.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
have you talked about like centrifugal forces or anything like that for Starship or those kinds of things?
We haven't got into that quite yet, but we are working on that sort of thing. You know, like how do you keep yourself, healthy when you go to Mars? Because your body has to be healthy, your mind has to be healthy. So what we came up with, I mean, as opposed to, or not of a centrifugal force, but the flight deck can be converted to an exercise room, or the flight chairs will be folded down into the floor, and then from there you grab the workout equipment, from the bins up on top, and then you put it on the floor, and then you can, either run or bike or do whatever you're going to do up there, work out to keep your body in shape, because when you get to Mars, it's a months long travel, and you got to keep your muscles active, because once you land, you're going to need them. And when we've all seen it before, but when astronauts land on Earth, they need a whole team to kind of get them out of the cockpit, get them out of the their seats and everything, just kind of carry them out and put them in a little stretcher. And it's going to be different because there's going to be nobody there to do that for the first Mars people,
Right. And how many people do you think you actually can fit in Starship comfortably? Like right now, Elon has in the past said like 100 people, and I'm wondering, you could fit 100 people in there, but what do you think would be the most comfortable number? That's kind of one of the popular questions that people ask.
We're thinking around anywhere between 15 and 20, because you're going to need a lot of room for other things. You're going to need to grow your own food. Like I said before, you're going to need to work out. There's got to be a place to sleep. So all the room that's not in the tanks has to be taken up with human stuff. And you can't have 100 people. I mean, though it is big, it's not gigantic. So we're thinking, comfortably between 15 and 20 people, would be a really good number to start with. And that would give you enough people power for, if you need a specialist doctor, or if you need a flight engineer, or you need somebody to fix something, you can have a specialist for something, but it also, it gives you enough space to actually chill out and go back to your little cabin and, watch Netflix or whatever you're going to do in there.
Looks like
Yeah,
they're
they will
releasing the
definitely
Fling.
need a. Oh, was that? Oh, yeah. So they're releasing the Fling right now. Nice. The top.
There it
the
is.
top one, yeah.
Final flap.
Yeah, we've been
I
waiting
did
for
think
that all this time.
I said about half an hour ago, when it was slowly making its way, and can I just say, I told you so?
Yeah. But Will, have you looked into radiation shielding for Starship, and will they need anything extra other than the tank bulkheads that's below them, as well as the engines, or will they actually need some sort of radiation shelter, like what we've seen for what Orion is going to have, where they have a lot of the consumables and so on up against the heat shield that'll help them weather solar storms and so on?
We have looked into that too. That came up in conversation a lot, actually. So there's different kinds of. It's sort of like a styrofoam type. So it's really lightweight. I'm not just actually sure what the styrofoam is called off the top of my head, but there's a radiation-resistant styrofoam that you can put in the walls of the Starship that would mitigate some of the radiation as it comes into the ship. But also, like you're saying with Orion, they're just basically it sounds like they're just gonna pile up a bunch of junk, like all of their extra stuff to kind of block them, and that's another thing we can do with Starship is we can pad the walls with styrofoam, and also as heavy as water is, and as weird as this may sound, human waste is a really good way to mitigate radiation. So human solid waste, and I know nobody wants to talk about it, but it's a weird thing. But we thought about that too, because you kind of have to use everything, as you're traveling.
In situ resource utilization.
Yes.
That's the key here.
Exactly.
Yeah, 'cause,
Janaya M asks a question here that is kind of relevant to some of the other stuff we're talking about here. For the inside of Starship, is there service tunnels to fix stuff that can be broken inside the vehicle, as far as the Neopork models and things like that you're putting together?
We are working on, you know, we'll get into that in other videos because we're working on the main decks right now. But yeah, there will be access panels, kind of like Star Trek, you know, kind of like Star Wars, Star Trek, where there will be access panels to fix wiring, fix piping, etc., within the starship itself. I mean, it's 9 meters, so it's pretty big. So we'll have it's just like the ISS basically. It's around the same size-ish as the ISS, and they have those kind of things on the ISS. So we plan on doing something similar to the ISS.
Oh, Sling is now free.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. It's beautiful.
Yes.
I think I see one little part of the cable on the left-hand side, so they just need to pull that cable off there, and they're good to go.
Dumbo has spread its wings.
So I guess the one final question I'd have for you, Will, because I've seen there's several people and 3D designers and so on looking into designs for Starship and what the interior will look like. And one particular one that I've looked at and I've thought a lot about is it was one design that talked about cargo pallets, where you'd have these cargo pallets inside the regular ring segments, and then you'd have the crew up in the nose cone, and the crew couldn't really go anywhere else except for the area that's up in the nose cone. Meanwhile, you'd have these solar panel pallets, I think is what they had, and ISRU and habitation pallets that they had sitting down in the ring segment. What do you think about that idea?
So the crew would only be up in the nose cone, is that what you said?
Yeah, I believe it was just up in the nose cone, and then the first cargo pallet would be almost like a docking interface pallet where they could sit in there. I think they sat in there for launch and landing and so on, but it really wasn't habitable. It's just the nose cone where they had pods that they would sleep in, as well as a workout area, kitchen, common area, so on and so forth.
Wow, that's really interesting because that's a lot of cargo. So yeah, we're envisioning something a little bit different than that. We're envisioning using as much as we can of the Starship, to make it kind of not really luxurious, but kind of really nice. I mean, if you're going to be traveling this thing for 6 months, think about a cruise ship. What are you doing on a cruise ship? Yeah, I mean, you're going to another planet, and you gotta make it worth it, because it's not only physical, but I think it's a lot more mental than anything. Traveling that far away from home and getting to another planet and setting up basically a human colony. It's kind of out there. It's a crazy thought, and those are the kind of things future thinking things, because we got to think about that stuff. But I think that's a really great idea, though.
Yeah.
The people in the nose cone, it kind of puts everything below them.
Yeah, the only thing that I think was different is that they were wanting to only take along 8 or 12 people. They obviously couldn't hold 20 in just that small area, if memory serves correctly. But yeah, it was just a rather strange way of going about it, at least what I thought originally was strange. But then again, I mean, whatever it takes to get your crew and cargo to Mars, to start a viable colony on Mars, I guess, do whatever you must.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, I kind of equate it to in the U.S. when, people were traveling from east to west, and you had to do everything you could to keep your wagon going. Travel light and do everything you can on the way there to get to your destination and strike gold at the end there.
Exactly.
So so far what you're talking about is kind of radiation stuff, Falcon and Will, is that the radiation shielding from the sun is huge, but then there's also interstellar radiation. So it's the nose cone works really well for the radiation problem from the sun. You basically point your nozzles towards the sun, and radiation-wise, you're going to be a lot better off. But then the interstellar radiation, there's kind of no win scenario on that one because it's just everywhere all at once. So have you guys talked about water or other mechanisms to prevent some of that radiation?
We have, yeah. We dug into that a little bit during our research, and we kind of figured people are going to need water to get to Mars anyway, and we're kind of figuring out how much water they're going to need to take with them, and if they can line the Starship with the water without the water getting too irradiated, so they don't get sick from it. I'm not an expert at that, so I'm going to kind of like stay hands off with that one. I haven't really done tons of research on that, but we are looking into lining the walls with water, and if they're going to have some sort of like gel type food, that they'll be eating. I'm not exactly sure how much radiation will be in the water though, if they can actually consume it. So I'll leave that up to the experts at this point.
Because what it's usually coming through is not radioactive particles, let's say, of like elements that are heavy elements. Typically it's the lighter elements that are causing radiation. The only radiation that is there that shouldn't be are elements from your ship, the stainless steel, which is chromium and those kinds of things. But yeah, so we do have super chat from Marky says super chat for human future. I love that. And then WD Cardwell says, I think the ISS astronauts have to exercise for 2 hours a day. Centrifugal gravity will likely help. It looks like the tie downs are almost off. So yeah, looks like they actually are off now. But yeah, so I guess what's your kind of view of, let's say, Starship and the ISS like ever meeting up? Do you think that they'll ever actually do that?
Ooh, that would be cool. That would be really cool. It's like the old guard meeting the young kid, I think it would be pretty neat. And going back to the centrifugal force, we did explore a couple things too. Just like real quick, we explored two starships mating and just spinning like crazy to make that sort of force. We explored that a little bit, and then we realized that it probably won't work, but it may work in the certain circumstances. So that's another thing you might want to think about, is how cool it would be to have a fleet of starships like kind of spinning in sort of like a space station on the way to Mars, if you had like 5 or 6 of them spinning in sort of like a star shape. But yeah, mating with the ISS, that would be an incredible sight.
I've done some numbers on the what the best case scenario for centrifugal force for a starship would be. I'll just give you the numbers real quick. So it's a 500-meter tether, at least in the diameter. So the radius is like 250 meters. But looking at current tether technology for like what they use just to lift up a starship right now is Kevlar cables. And then we max rated it for 1,000 metric tons, since most of the fuel would be gone at that point, and you're just dealing with the humans and the cargo, and that's only around 100 metric tons or so. And we were able to get that rated at a breaking point of about 1,000 metric tons with that 500 meters at, what was it? It's about 6 metric tons for the actual tether. And then you basically can spin them up at 53 meters a second in opposite directions of each other, and you now have at that's 2 RPM, 1 G. So that's on the way back, you have gravity, but on the way there, you only need to do 1 RPM, which is Mars gravity. So you can basically have gravity on the way there and back. But the issue is you can't do anything with radiation shielding using the bottom of the vehicle.
Yeah.
So
that's cool.
Just some fun ideas.
That's cool. Yeah, no, that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, we were thinking of a couple different configurations. You somehow connect them in a ring formation where there's like 5 or 6 of them. They connect together and they spin, and so we went into like some really crazy thought experiments one night, and we didn't really come up with anything. But I like the tether idea. That's really cool. I'll bring it up to Neil and see what he thinks, because it might be an interesting take on it for sure.
Funny enough, my friend had that. Said you had that idea with the tether stuff that we talked about a while back, And I've got a contact at SpaceX, so they sent it into SpaceX to be submitted as an idea.
Wow, that would be insane if that actually went through.
I mean, that's like, I don't know, 10 years from now, if they ever get to that point where they, are looking at doing artificial gravity for tourism or whatever else in space with those giant, gorgeous windows and everything else. But yeah, that would be quite something. I just got a note that we are about 500,000 subscribers away from 100,000 subscribers.
500,000 away from 100,000?
No, I'm sorry, 5,000.
Pretty close.
We are about 400,000 away from 500,000 subscribers. But yeah, so if you haven't, go ahead, subscribe to the channel, and also we have with us today here Will, Space News Pod, and I do know the Will that you had about 20 or so minutes to work with us here today. So do you need to head off now, or do you still have a little bit more time?
I do have to head off, unfortunately. I've had a great time, though. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Will. So be sure to check Will out and give him a subscription as well. And that is Space News Pod, and you should be able to get the URL link if you do, I believe, !SPD. Then we also have your space news, as I mentioned in the when I brought you in. It's basically the latest space news and analysis about astronomy, SpaceX, technology, and more. The news of SpacePod is for space enthusiasts, human spaceflight lovers, and rocket fanatics. Which you're talking to the right crowd here.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the show, and I hear that the slight rumble all day long while I watch SN8 do its thing. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm very honored to be here. So thanks, guys. I appreciate all your support.
You're welcome, Will. And want to know one secret? That rumble is from the future of starships rumbling and taking off in the future.
Nice. I like it.
All right.
See you all later.
Thank you again, Will.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, guys.
All right, bye-bye.
Well,
that was fun having Will, and yeah, gotta have him in again sometime. Maybe not in such a, extremely tight window of something's happening today, and oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening today. Oh boy, but right now it is this lull in the storm, if you will. They slowly are leaving. We have the Raptor trailer at the bend over the pad area. I also call it the taco truck. There's a lot of funny trucks around, but they have two of them now, which makes it harder to describe the taco trucks. But yeah, so they are having the flaps moved, and we need to see that last one just move. Earlier they had all the rest of them move. But so for now, we do have some more questions and things like that. So if you have questions for us, type @questions. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a break ourselves for just the next few minutes and get ourselves ready for all the questions you have for us. So we'll talk to you again here pretty soon.
Alrighty.
And Padre bot, or whatever it was, just left. Wait, what?
Oh, it's in here.
Nerdle community. This is Thomas again, and wow, it happened again. Once we leave, stuff starts happening. We had the flaps moving. We had everything happen. We had everybody leaving the pad. It just all happened once we left. So we do still have with us our commentators. We've got right now with us is Jeff and Felix right now. So we're kind of switching back and forth here. Hello, Jeff. Hello, Felix.
Hey.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Amazing and spectacular, I hope.
Doing
Yes,
great.
I am.
So we got flaps moving, pad cleared. We got said everything that you're saying. We're getting there.
Yeah,
We're ready.
I
We're
think
ready.
I think the Scotty go to bed thing happens to us commentators every time. Like we go to take a break, everything happens.
Well, don't worry, I'm not in bed just yet. I'm just letting these guys commentate. Haha. I haven't gone yet, SpaceX.
He's hiding.
SpaceX gods.
He is
Scotty's
hiding.
still awake.
The testing gods has said, Scotty, go to bed.
No.
All right, we'll go ahead and go through these questions some more and answer them for everybody. First off, Jeff, do you want to go through and read off all the donations and what's been going on there? This has been quite a interesting turn of events.
You're gonna have to give me a minute to get to the list, but first, because he is an absolute rock star, John Heyman, thank you very much for the $200. He was calling out Mauser, who said he was going to match, everything with $200, and John took care of that in one donation. So thank you very much, sir. Chris Huston, also thank you very much for the $20 donation right before that. I'm gonna have to get to our file to see all the other ones right now that have been up before, but both of you, John, you, sir, have been amazing to this channel and supporting it. So thank you very much for that. Give me 1 minute and I'll get the list up here.
Yeah, then Bowser, he did say, show Lab some love if you can. I'll match the next $200 cash money, and that was the gauntlet that John Heyman just threw back and said, "Your turn, Mouser."
We're still waiting on that match.
So there's $195 still waiting, I guess. Of course, Mouser is sitting next to Lab, so he's just like, "Here, Lab. Here's $195 more dollars." Lab's like, "What?"
You know what? He could have done it not in YouTube. What do you think about that? We have to ask Lab if he did it through Venmo or anything else. So that's true.
Or just right in physical person because they're sitting next to each other.
Lab just said in chat, Mauser ponied up in green cash in my hand.
There you go.
There we go.
Thank you very much.
Which works out better because then Lab gets more of the money than he would if he donated it with Super Chat, because otherwise he'll lose 30%. So it works better that way. Thank you,
we
Mauser.
have an astronaut in orange. Oh my goodness. It's on the other camera here you have is the SN8 camera. That's what I'm calling it for short. It's the full name is Historic Starship SN8 launch from Boca Chica. So nice looking flight suit we have there for the astronaut looking out to SN8. So fun. You got the list there, Jeff?
Second.
All right. So let's see here. The next thing we can grab right now is all of the new members here. I'll see if I can not butcher some names, but
No promises.
Nijin 99. We have Kevin Bennett, Darylene Shomar, Boogeyman, or Boogie D Man, TJ. We have Milk or Mulk. Enrock Mayer has a question here. They ask, which is the more stable and fuel efficient taking of with flaps open as opposed to flaps closed, or vice versa? What do you think, Felix?
Hard question. I say it's probably more stable in the open position because that does give it some stability in the against like rolling. But I would say it's more stable open. What do you think?
Yeah, if it's closed, you have to do so much engine gimbaling on the way up fuel efficiently. You're just like a fish going up the river on that one. It's not going to work out quite right. And then, so Jeff, do you have the list now?
Still working on it. Hang on 1 minute.
Yeah, there's a large list of questions and donations that have been coming in. I just grabbed the new members here. All right, what's the next?
Let's start doing questions while I grab that.
Yeah. Actually,
All right,
we have Rails 54 again with another membership there.
All right, we have a question from William, and it is it possible that the current man lift is broken somehow, and that's why they're bringing in another one? I believe this question is referring to when they were bringing a man lift down the road. Probably, it may have been about an hour ago. Some of these questions were from a little while ago. So it looks like that question may have been answered by the stream itself, but I don't think that question's relevant anymore, so we can just move on. The next question is by VYBUSNY blog CZ. Sorry, I don't think I could pronounce that. And the question is, did you try to scan walkie-talkie bands, possibly receive line communications of workers? That would be so cool.
In the past, we've heard the lines for workers where it was just open communications with like basically a simple CB radio, and recorded those, played them back, or at least Lab did. It was just beautiful because you could match it up to the audio with the video, and there is the workers basically in a basically crane going through and saying lower, 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 and then 45 more lowers, and he's like, okay, just there, you got it. And there's some other hand signals that the guys do, but yeah, it is amazing to hear little clips like that. So in the past we've done it. There might still be open mic communications, but most of that gets encrypted, and being encrypted, basically saying, yeah, stay out. We don't want to, have you listen in on these conversations or whatever. So we respect that. We don't want to go into those ones, but the open ones, they're basically on the CB radios and that kind of thing. Sure, we'll do it in the past. We might be able to get some more in the future. Just depends on what the setup requires, and that would be kind of fun. I would enjoy that too.
All right, the next one we have is actually a donation by Ahmed Dumani. It is $2.99 and $2.99 US, and it is Lab needs to add flaps ready in the live status.
Yeah, I guess we could add flaps ready.
Except we don't know if they're actually ready. So, clearly they keep moving them back and forth, and
we don't know if they're going to have them in the open or the closed position at liftoff. I'm assuming it's going to be open, but who knows?
Or somewhere in between,
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so I do got the list open now. So since I'm not crossed out.
Raz, dwa, trzy, próba mikrofonu, raz, dwa, trzy. Witam serdecznie. Roman Makowiak z SSE Social Space Exploration, społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu. No, proszę Państwa, chciałem Państwa zaprosić na lot Starshipem. Może na Księżyc, może na Marsa. Niestety dzisiaj się to nie uda prawdopodobnie. Ale niestety tak jest właśnie. Takie są problemy wieku dziecięcego, a może nawet niemowlęcego, nowych konstrukcji, nowych całkowicie rakiet i statków kosmicznych. Oczywiście inżynierowie SpaceX robią wszystko, aby ten lot dzisiaj się odbył, ale po prostu nie mamy na to wpływu, co się tak naprawdę może wydarzyć. Jak to się mówi, złośliwość rzeczy martwych. No i Starship dzisiaj powie nam, że no prawie dzisiaj wam nie polecę, nie będę leciał, nie zobaczycie prawdopodobnie dzisiaj tego. No, mamy nadzieję, że zobaczymy, ale trzeba się nastawiać niestety na to negatywnie, ale mamy jeszcze kolejne dni tego roku i myślę, że do końca roku na pewno Starship SN8 poleci. To, co jest bardzo ważne, to to, że inżynierowie SpaceX naprawdę są zaangażowani, próbują, działają i razem z Elonem Muskiem budują całkowicie nowy system transportu kosmicznego ludzi i ładunków. Systemu, który ma dotrzeć oczywiście na Marsa, także na inne ciała Układu Słonecznego, który ma korzystać z innego paliwa niż dotychczas, czyli z ciekłego metanu i tlenu. No, niestety tak to jest. Jest to inżynieria rakietowa, inżynieria kosmiczna i nie ma tutaj przebacz. Są naprawdę trudne elementy, gdzie naprawdę trzeba znaleźć rozwiązania tych problemów. Jest to bardzo młoda konstrukcja i niestety wiemy, że także z historii SpaceX, że no tak to bywa. Falcon 1 miał być gotowy już po 2 latach od rozpoczęcia budowy. Rozpoczęcie budowy w 2002 roku, miał być gotowy w 2004, był gotowy pod koniec 2008 roku dopiero. Więc tutaj mieliśmy jakby poślizg 4-letni tak na gdzieś tam małej konstrukcji, ale z niedoświadczonym wtedy jeszcze zespołem SpaceX. No niestety tak to jest. Inżynieria rakietowa, inżynieria kosmiczna nie jest łatwa, ale wygrywa na pewno ten, kto się nie poddaje, kto jest zaangażowany i kto po prostu prze do przodu, aby zrealizować swój cel, jakim może być na przykład dotarcie na Marsa, dotarcie ludzkości na Marsa i budowanie tam na przykład osiedli. Za co trzymam naprawdę kciuki i w czym możemy tak naprawdę pomóc, angażując się w eksplorację kosmosu, w edukację kosmiczną, o czym na pewno będziemy mówić jeszcze wielokrotnie na naszych live'ach i w naszych materiałach społecznościowych. Tak, SpaceX prowadzi taką dosyć nietypową jak na branżę kosmiczną mechanizm pracy nad projektami. Jest to metoda iteracyjna, czyli powstaje bardzo wiele modeli prototypów rakiet, tak w tym przypadku, i po prostu każdy model jest tam gdzieś jakiś mały element, który trzeba poprawić, trzeba go sprawdzić dokładnie, czemu powodował problemy. Jeżeli coś naprawimy, to za chwilę w następnym prototypie albo w tym samym wychodzi gdzieś jakiś problem w innym miejscu i kolejne prototypy są coraz lepsze, ale jednak też sprawiają problemy. Mamy tutaj prototyp SN8. Przed tym prototypem było wiele innych poprzednich. Dwa takie które latały, skakały na 150 metrów, ale też takie, które wybuchały i rozlatywały się w drobny mak. No niestety, taka jest po prostu inżynieria rakietowa. I tak, mamy kolejne już w kolejce prototypy. SN9 już jest gotowy do skoku, już zaciera ręce, swoje nóżki do lądowania, że chce po prostu już latać, no ale musi poczekać, aż SN8 zrobi cokolwiek, że wystartuje, miejmy nadzieję. Ale mamy też oczywiście kolejne SN10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 i 16, czyli mamy tutaj dowód, że ta iteracyjna metoda produkcji jest tak naprawdę efektywna z tego względu, iż firma posiada naprawdę bardzo dużo danych, informacji o tym, jak poszczególne prototypy, jak kolejne modele zachowują się, jak poszczególne elementy systemu, właśnie silniki, zbiorniki paliwa, systemy, które mają doprowadzić paliwo do silników i tak dalej, jak także ta naziemna infrastruktura, jak pracuje. No i tutaj właśnie mamy pewne informacje, które pozwalają rozwijać ten produkt, ten naprawdę przełomowy statek kosmiczny Starship, który dla ludzkości będzie przełomowym wynalazkiem, będzie przełomowym pojazdem kosmicznym, który na pewno przyspieszy eksplorację, ludzką eksplorację kosmosu. I tak, SpaceX, Elon Musk działa i pracuje. Jest także już pierwszy w budowie prototyp boostera, czyli rakiety nośnej dla statku Starship, Super Heavy, więc idziemy coraz dalej w tym projekcie. Przez następne 3-4 miesiące będziemy mogli zauważyć przyspieszenie tych prac, więc nie ma się co martwić takimi porażkami czy jakimiś przesunięciami terminu, jak mamy dzisiaj. No może się coś nie udawać, ale dzięki temu wiemy, gdzie jest jaki błąd, co trzeba poprawiać, co trzeba cały czas poprawiać, naprawiać, aż w końcu będzie tak idealna konstrukcja, która umożliwi lot człowieka w Starshipie na Marsa, wylądowanie i będzie kolejny wielki krok dla człowieka. Więc na ten moment na pewno czekamy i będzie to wspaniały moment i wierzę głęboko, że właśnie tego dokona Elon Musk. No, cały czas obserwujemy to, co się dzieje. Czekamy na lot SN8. Miejmy nadzieję, że on dzisiaj będzie miał miejsce. Witam serdecznie po raz kolejny. Obserwujemy w tej chwili przygotowania do lotu prototypu Starship SN8. Oczywiście wszyscy czekają na syrenę, kiedy ona nastąpi. Bo wtedy wiadomo, że już niedługo wystartuje właśnie Starship SN8. Dobrze, a my może za chwilkę przejdziemy na nasz portal ssproject.eu. Social Space Exploration, społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu. Widzimy tutaj dokument, który był stworzony właśnie przez SpaceX. Jest to oficjalny przewodnik użytkowników po właśnie statku kosmicznym Starship. I zobaczymy sobie w tej chwili to, jak tak naprawdę ma wyglądać ta konstrukcja tej rakiety, tego statku kosmicznego, bo ja zawsze rozdzielam tak, że górny stopień, czyli Starship, to jest po prostu statek kosmiczny, a tutaj na dole mamy rakietę nośną Super Heavy, która jest potrzebna właśnie statkowi kosmicznemu Starship, aby uwolnić się od pola grawitacyjnego Ziemi. Ziemia ma bardzo dużą grawitację, jeżeli chodzi o planetę skalną jako trzecią w kolejności w Układzie Słonecznym i właśnie Starship potrzebuje wtedy jakieś dodatkowe wzmacniacze, żeby opuścić po prostu powierzchnię Ziemi. I do tego właśnie służy rakieta Super Heavy, czyli naprawdę ciężka, naprawdę superowa rakieta, inaczej booster. Booster, rakieta to te same określenia. Starship, spacecraft, czyli pojazd kosmiczny. Dobrze. Jak będzie w ogóle przydatna ta konstrukcja? Wartość tej konstrukcji dla ludzkiej eksploracji kosmosu będzie naprawdę nieoceniona, gdyż właśnie pozwoli to na naprawdę przyspieszenie ludzkiej eksploracji kosmosu. Tutaj po prawej stronie mamy różne, mamy przedstawione, jak Starship będzie uwalniał po prostu ładunek jakiegoś dużego satelitę w przestrzeni kosmicznej. Górny tak zwany nosek czy kadłub otworzy się, wypuści pod odpowiednim kątem jakiegoś satelitę, może jakiś element stacji kosmicznej, może jakieś inne potrzebne pojazdy w przestrzeni kosmicznej, na przykład do górnictwa kosmicznego, do górnictwa asteroid. Ja sam mam bardzo wiele pomysłów, które kiedyś w ramach projektu SSE może wdrożymy. Może nie będą to aż takie wielkie konstrukcje, chociaż z drugiej strony pewnie sama konstrukcja tak duża, takiego na przykład szkieletu, nie byłaby większym problemem stworzenia, jeżeli ma to być jakaś tylko struktura, w której po prostu nie będą przebywali ludzie, a będzie to na przykład magazyn surowców kosmicznych, które przylatują do nas właśnie jako asteroidy, meteoroidy, planetoidy. Po lewej stronie mamy dwa warianty właśnie Starshipa. Po lewej mamy oczywiście Starshipa załogowego. Coś pięknego, jeżeli chodzi o wygląd, o funkcjonalność, o to, jak będziemy naprawdę mogli realizować przy pomocy tego statku kosmicznego misję eksploracji kosmosu, misję tutaj blisko nas, czyli na orbicie Ziemi, na Księżycu, na Marsie, ale myślę, że także Księżyce i Jowisza też będą mogły bardzo szybko być poddane naszym takim działaniom eksploracyjnym. Po prawej stronie mamy wersję oczywiście bezzałogową, czyli inaczej towarową. I tutaj po prawej stronie widzimy, w jaki sposób towar, ładunek wysyłany jest w przestrzeń kosmiczną. Tutaj mamy właśnie między innymi wielkość owiewki. Najpierw omówmy sobie górną część owiewki tutaj, tak? Od 8 metra przez 9, 10, przez 15, 16 i 17,24 metra wysokości. Właśnie tej przestrzeni, która jest na samej górze pod kadłubem statku Starship. Tutaj po lewej stronie mamy promienie, jakie będą właśnie możliwe na poszczególnych poziomach. I mamy promień 3,8 metra, 3,6, 3,4. Dzisiejsze rakiety w swoim największym, jeżeli chodzi o promienie, mają około 2,2, 2,6 maksymalnie. A tutaj mamy aż 3,8, tak? I to na wielu kondygnacjach, czyli powiedzmy, jeżeli mamy jakiś pokład, też będziemy pokazywać wizualizację pokładu takiego Starshipa zaraz po locie. Zobaczymy, co się stanie. I mamy tutaj powiedzmy, że 1,8 m, tak? To tutaj mamy jakąś po prostu podłogę. 9, 10 i do 11 gdzieś tu do połowy to będzie pierwszy pokład. Potem tu mamy 11, 12, 13, gdzieś tu się będzie kończył drugi pokład na tym poziomie i tu jeszcze połowę można wydzielić, albo tutaj zrobić właśnie taki mostek, centrum dowodzenia. To, co jest tutaj też pokazywane, takie okna ogromne, tutaj mamy ogromne, piękne okna. No jeżeli będzie taka możliwość stworzenia takiej konstrukcji, to naprawdę będzie coś wspaniałego, co da nam naprawdę przepiękne wrażenia z lotów kosmicznych. Tutaj oczywiście dolna część tej owiewki, raczej tej części Starshipa, to nie jest owiewka, to jest element statku kosmicznego zintegrowany i nie tracimy tych rzeczy. To jest po prostu konstrukcja, która cały czas zostaje w rakiecie, nie jest odrzucana i dzięki temu jest to możliwe do ponownego użycia i praktycznie nic nie zostaje w przestrzeni kosmicznej na straty, tak? I to jest bardzo ważne i to bardzo diametralnie zmniejszy cenę wynoszenia w przestrzeń kosmiczną różnych ładunków, czy właśnie nawet ludzi. I mamy tutaj tą, powiedzmy, pokład, tak, zerowy, czyli tutaj niżej już mamy zbiorniki z ciekłym tlenem, tak, prawdopodobnie. Potem jeszcze to sprawdzę, bo też nie pamiętam jeszcze teraz. I tak, 8 metrów, czyli mniej więcej jest 3 kondygnacje, tu by spokojnie, jak to się mówi kolokwialnie, weszły i naprawdę jest to ogromna przestrzeń w porównaniu do tego, co mieliśmy do tej pory. I to pokazuje między innymi, jak ten system kosmiczny, bo to jest wspólny, kompleksowy system, rakieta Super Heavy i statek kosmiczny Starship, tak? Pozwoli naprawdę realizować wspaniałe projekty związane z eksploracją, z podróżą na inne planety, na inne ciała, z budową może nowych stacji kosmicznych, które będą na przykład miały tak zwaną sztuczną grawitację. No są to tematy, które na pewno będziemy omawiać. Dobrze. Dalej mamy opisanie odpowiedniego środowiska działalności, czyli oddziaływania właśnie drganie na ładunek, odpowiednie obostrzenia, jeżeli chodzi o ładunek, który gdzieś może polecieć i jakie musi wytrzymać warunki w przestrzeni, w locie tak naprawdę z Ziemi, z powierzchni Ziemi w przestrzeń kosmiczną. I tak, to może sobie pominiemy, to będziemy jeszcze na pewno omawiać niedługo, ale dzisiaj na razie takie, jak to się mówi, smaczki z systemu Starship. Tutaj mamy też informację, gdzie prawdopodobnie mamy tę integrację ładunku, czyli na Kennedy Space Center, tam gdzie startuje Falcon i tutaj też integracja ładunku ma być w Boca Chica. No, Boca Chica to jest po prostu cały kompleks startowy, można powiedzieć kosmodrom SpaceX i prywatna firma ma swój własny kosmodrom, buduje wyrzutnie. No to jest coś naprawdę wspaniałego i pokazuje, że człowiek potrafi, jeżeli chce, to człowiek potrafi, jeżeli sobie wszystko poukłada, będzie miał plan i będzie do niego dążył, to na pewno osiągnie swoje cele i nie musi to być, że tak powiem, za supportem, czyli za wsparciem rządowym, ale będzie to na pewno gdzieś tam wystarczające z prywatnych środków komercyjnych, chociaż wiadomo, że SpaceX korzysta z dotacji rządowych na projekty Falcon 9 i Dragon 1 i 2, gdzie wysyła właśnie astronautów i ładunki na Międzynarodową Stację Kosmiczną, ale te pieniądze są przeznaczone właśnie na tamten program, który miał na samym początku naprawdę duże koszty. Tutaj mamy dużo inwestycji, mamy jeszcze Japończyka, który zainwestował w SpaceX i ten projekt i w 2023 powinniśmy mieć lot wokół Księżyca właśnie na pokładzie już załogowego statku Starship. I właśnie ten bogaty Japończyk, o którym będziemy jeszcze mówić, zaprosił artystów, zaprosił do właśnie takiej podróży, aby pokazali później emocje w swoich właśnie różnych utworach, czy namalować, zaśpiewać, cokolwiek, pokazać, że ta przestrzeń kosmiczna jest wspaniała i bycie tam ponad 100 km nad powierzchnią Ziemi za linią Karmana to jest naprawdę niezwykłe przeżycie, nawet jeżeli miałoby trwać chwilę, ale sam lot wokół Księżyca będzie trwał kilka dni. O tym będziemy jeszcze mówić. Dobrze, tu co jeszcze mamy, to tak. Docelowo Starship powinien wziąć 100 osób na pokład, więc jest to naprawdę w porównaniu z tym z 4 czy 3 astronautami, którzy do tej pory lecą w przestrzeń kosmiczną i tak naprawdę nie ma miejsca, żeby gdzieś tam więcej ludzi, jak to powiedzieć kolokwialnie, wypchać. No to będzie naprawdę ogromny przełom i myślę, że te 100 osób w naszej bliskim otoczeniu na Księżyc, na naszą orbitę, czy nawet gdzieś na dalszą orbitę pomiędzy Księżycem a Ziemią będą mogli podróżować, gdzieś ta turystyka kosmiczna, jakieś stacje kosmiczne ze sztuczną grawitacją powinny powstać nie tylko dla celów turystyki, ale także dla celów związanych z eksperymentami i nauką człowieka, jak żyć w przestrzeni kosmicznej. To jest dla nas bardzo ważne, bo człowiek musi się nauczyć, jak żyć w przestrzeni kosmicznej, ale ta nauka musi być po prostu na doświadczeniach. Jesteśmy w przestrzeni kosmicznej, żyjemy tam i sprawdzamy, jak nasze ciało, jak to środowisko na nas wpływa, nie tylko blisko Ziemi, blisko orbity tutaj Ziemi, ale gdzieś w dalszym kosmosie, gdzieś pomiędzy Ziemią a Księżycem, czy później pomiędzy Ziemią a Marsem, tak, i dalej. Ja właśnie osobiście uważam, że potrzebne jest te typowe doświadczanie, eksperymenty, a nie jakieś teorie. Po prostu trzeba zrobić misję, polecieć i sprawdzić. Wiadomo, że to może się łączyć z pewnym ryzykiem, ale mamy pewne systemy ograniczenia ryzyka związanego z wypadkami, które mogłyby się wydarzyć w przestrzeni kosmicznej. Na Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej astronauci są, nawet cały rok były 2 takie misje, gdzie prawie cały rok astronauta i astronautka byli na Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej i nie było jakiegoś większego problemu. Wiadomo, że gdzieś dalej od Ziemi potrzebna będzie jakaś większa osłona od promieniowania kosmicznego, ale są to kwestie, które nawet już dziś możemy w pewien sposób opracować. Możemy stworzyć specjalne ściany wodne, tak, w której będzie woda, czyli może być to jakiś zbiornik w ścianie, który jednocześnie będzie pełnił funkcję ochrony osłony przed promieniowaniem kosmicznym. Taki pomysł. Dobrze. Co mamy jeszcze dalej? Po lewej stronie widzimy tutaj tabelkę. Że tak, Starship może tonażowo podczas jednego startu wynieść 100 ton ładunku na LEO, czyli na tą niską orbitę Ziemi. Jeżeli zatankujemy na orbicie statek Starship, czyli też mamy wersję tankowca Starshipa, który tankuje drugi statek dla dalszych gdzieś podróży, to może być to po prostu 100 plus ton. GTO, czyli ta orbita geosynchroniczna, geostacjonarna, tu mamy 21 ton, które może wynieść Starship, jeżeli nie będzie tankowany. Jeżeli to będzie tylko jeden pojedynczy lot, 21 ton, no to jest naprawdę coś niezwykłego. Jeżeli tu mówimy na przykład później o tankowaniu, gdzie właśnie firma SpaceX dostała 57-58 milionów dolarów od NASA w ramach programu Artemis właśnie na przetestowanie tej procedury tankowania statków kosmicznych w przestrzeni kosmicznej już na orbicie. No, będziemy mogli to śledzić w 2021 roku i w 2022. Na pewno będzie to coś wspaniałego. jeżeli mówimy dalej o wysyłaniu do ładunków w przestrzeń kosmiczną, to jeżeli natankujemy na orbicie, to możemy te 100 ton wysłać w dowolne miejsce w Układzie Słonecznym. No, to jest naprawdę, to są możliwości, które ludzkość nigdy wcześniej nie miała i musimy je wykorzystać. Musimy pomóc Elonowi eksplorować kosmos, tu blisko, Księżyc, orbity, gdzieś dalej, ale Mars także może być dla nas bardzo ważny. Mars 144 miliony kilometrów kwadratowych ponad, czyli praktycznie druga Ziemia, drugie kontynenty ziemskie. Jeżeli chodzi o Księżyc, to jest tak jakby dodatkowy kontynent Ameryki i Europy, Ameryki Północnej i Europy razem wziętej, więc to są naprawdę ogromne możliwości, na których możemy bazować i rozwijać gospodarkę, całą gospodarkę ludzkiej cywilizacji w XXI wieku i w kolejnych wiekach w przyszłości, ale musimy te działania zacząć oczywiście teraz. Co mamy dalej? No mamy tutaj wizję, jak będzie lądował Starship na Księżycu. Coś naprawdę pięknego i potrzebnego. To, co się stało po roku 1972, po programie Apollo, to jest naprawdę sprawa, której nie da się przeboleć. Człowiek ma ogromne możliwości, ogromne pomysły. Jesteśmy jedyną istotą świadomą swojego istnienia, która może eksplorować przestrzeń kosmiczną, która może gdzieś tam znaleźć rozwiązania swoich problemów właśnie w przestrzeni kosmicznej i naprawdę warto pójść w tym kierunku i będziemy o tym często mówić w naszych programach, na naszych mediach społecznościowych, na naszym portalu, na naszej platformie internetowej, społecznościowej, na którą oczywiście bardzo zapraszam, sseproject.eu, sseproject.eu. Patrzę cały czas z lewej strony, mamy tabelkę, status, lot padre. Czekamy na tą syrenę, czekamy. Po syrenie powinien być lot Starship SN8. No trzymajmy kciuki, trzymajmy mocno kciuki. Ja jeszcze pod sam koniec tego naszego tej dzisiejszej relacji będę mówił o konkursie, jaki mamy, związanym właśnie z tym, że założyliśmy serwer Discord. Rozwijamy naszą platformę internetową i jeszcze dodatkowo oczywiście współpracujemy z redakcją Astro24, więc kilka takich ciekawych rzeczy będziemy mieli do omówienia i jeżeli Państwo taką misję zrealizują, to będziecie mogli Państwo wziąć udział w konkursie i wygrać książkę. Na razie jedną, ale na pewno pojawią się niedługo kolejne, a także inne nagrody, inne prezenty. Oczywiście za odpowiednią aktywność. Więc tak. Dobrze, jeszcze tutaj omówimy przed lotem Starshipa to, co jest związane z Starshipem. Te wizualizacje, które tutaj widzimy, są naprawdę piękne i są możliwe do realizacji. Człowiek zrealizował tak naprawdę wiele rzeczy, które były kiedyś, które nie śniły się nam, które myśleliśmy, że nigdy je wykonamy, że są niemożliwe, a nam się to udało. Latamy jak ptaki, poruszamy się z prędkością dźwięku praktycznie. Przenosimy się z miejsca na miejsce w ogromnych prędkościach. Możemy się komunikować w ciągu milisekund tak naprawdę z osobą, która gdzieś jest po drugiej stronie globu naszego. Więc to, co osiągnęliśmy w ciągu ostatnich 100 lat, to jest coś naprawdę fenomenalnego i to są rzeczy, które będą wpływać na przyspieszenie rozwoju ludzkiej cywilizacji w XXI wieku i w kolejnych właśnie stuleciach. I my dzisiaj musimy tak działać, aby ta dynamika była jak największa i żebyśmy mogli po prostu jako gatunek ludzki przetrwać i żebyśmy mogli się rozwijać, tak? I ten kosmos, w kosmosie na pewno są na 100% rozwiązania ludzkich problemów tutaj na Ziemi. Problemów z klimatem, problemów politycznych, problemów ekonomicznych, na pewno problemów, tak jak już wspomniałem, klimatycznych. Są to naprawdę ogromne możliwości, które możemy mieć. Czekamy właśnie na start Starshipa SN8 i procedura jest już praktycznie na ukończeniu. Czekamy na tą syrenę, która zwiastuje nam 10 minut do startu rakiety Starship SN8. To naprawdę przełomowa chwila dla ludzkiej eksploracji kosmosu. Dobrze, obejrzeliśmy tutaj właśnie przewodnik użytkownika Starshipa, coś naprawdę wspaniałego. Ta rakieta naprawdę będzie potrzebna, jest potrzebna dla nas, dla całej ludzkiej cywilizacji i będzie rozwijać nas, całą cywilizację na wiele dziesięcioleci. Wracamy teraz, idziemy na portal, tutaj zapraszam na Social Space Exploration, czyli społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu. Mamy platformy społecznościowe, gdzie mogą się spotykać oczywiście ludzie i razem rozmawiać, razem działać, realizować ciekawe projekty i my właśnie związani z tematyką kosmiczną stworzyliśmy taką platformę, która praktycznie jest Dobrze, chwileczkę. Jakieś małe problemy techniczne. Raz, dwa. Dobrze, słychać mnie, słychać. A czemu nie widać ekranu? Zaraz. Dobrze. Próba numer 2. Dobrze. Poczekam. Mamy to zazwyczaj mamy jakieś 10-sekundowe opóźnienie. Poczekam, czy nasz portal będzie widać tutaj. Tak. S Space Exploration, Social Space Exploration. Czemu to? Dobrze, jak zawsze jakieś automatyczne rzeczy, coś nie zawsze nie zawsze pasują tak, jak powinny pasować i działać. Dlatego będziemy obsługiwać to manualnie. Dobrze, mam tu obsługę OBS-a. Już kiedyś mówiłem na temat tego programu do realizacji live'ów. Mam nadzieję, że teraz będzie widać portal. Oczywiście na portalu cały czas prowadzimy relacje. Będziemy też obserwować inne media społecznościowe, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn i wiele innych także stron internetowych, pasjonatów, którzy interesują się tym, co dzieje się właśnie dzisiaj związanego z lotem SN8 statku Starship. Dobrze, udało się. Portal jest widoczny. Nie wiem, co się tak naprawdę stało, ale najważniejsze, że jak problem rozwiązany, można dalej testować to, co robimy. Czyli też mamy takie nasze troszeczkę testy, bo jeszcze takiego programu nie robiliśmy, gdzie właśnie cały czas długo przedstawiamy to, co dzieje się na naszej platformie społecznościowej. Dobrze, przepraszam bardzo. Tak, Social Space Exploration, SSE Project.eu. Ja serdecznie zapraszam, aby tutaj się zarejestrować. Tutaj mamy właśnie naszą społeczność i warto się tutaj zarejestrować, bo będziemy prowadzić przy pomocy właśnie tej platformy internetowej bardzo ciekawe wydarzenia, a niedługo także konferencje dla branży kosmicznej i dla edukacji kosmicznej, gdzie każdy będzie mógł wziąć w niej udział. Dobrze, ja bardzo dziękuję firmie nazwa.pl za wsparcie. Jest to nieoceniona pomoc dla nas, hosting i domena. Możemy prowadzić naprawdę prawdziwą edukację kosmiczną w Polsce na jak najwyższym poziomie. Będziemy się starać, korzystamy z materiałów oczywiście o jak najwyższej jakości Agencji Kosmicznej NASA, Europejskiej Agencji Kosmicznej, więc myślę, że są to na pewno programy, materiały edukacyjne, które są warte uwagi. I bardzo dziękujemy wszystkim tym, którzy pomagają nam i będą nam pomagać w realizacji tej wielkiej misji, nie tylko tutaj w Polsce, ale także na całym świecie. Dobrze, wracamy do naszego Starshipa SN8, lot SN8. Cały czas czekamy na syrenę. Wtedy od razu przełączymy się bezpośrednio na Lab Padre. Po lewej stronie, tak jak już mówiłem, widzimy checklist, listę kontrolną poszczególnych etapów procedury uruchomienia, wystrzelenia statku kosmicznego Starship. Czekamy na syrenę i start statku Starship. Dobrze, ale teraz tak. Dzisiejsze wydarzenie jest bardzo ważne. Budowa Starship to projekt, który naprawdę może pchać rozwój ludzkiej cywilizacji na naprawdę dynamiczne tory, na bardzo zaawansowane projekty, których nigdy wcześniej nie mogliśmy realizować. Tutaj na naszej platformie właśnie w wydarzeniu lot Starship SN8 mamy między innymi pokazanie, jak powinno wyglądać lądowanie. Za chwilkę sobie to zobaczymy. Tak, Starship powinien właśnie schodzić w atmosferze ziemskiej do punktu lądowania. Tutaj zaczyna się już przyziemna właśnie strefa lądowania i mamy tutaj obrócenie się rakiety, bardzo dynamiczne, które może sprawić problemy załogantom i to też będzie trzeba sprawdzić, zrobić eksperymenty, jak wpłynie to na człowieka, na astronautów. No, jesteśmy jeszcze daleko przed tym momentem tego eksperymentu, ale na pewno będzie to kluczowy eksperyment dla rozwoju już tego nie towarowego, a załogowego Starshipa, statku Starship. O, mamy już Raptor, czyli chłodzenie silników Raptor przed ich odpaleniem. Za chwilę będzie syrena, za chwilę wrócimy na lap padry, ale zobaczmy jeszcze raz, jak to wygląda. Mamy tutaj po lewej stronie u góry mamy ilość, właśnie sekundy, czas lotu. Po prawej stronie mamy wykres, jak wygląda lot. Czyli widzimy tutaj ten taki podskok jakby. No, może on sprawić jakieś problemy astronautów, ale dopóki nie będzie tego faktycznego doświadczenia, dopóki ktoś nie poleci i przynajmniej jakiś manekin, który będzie miał odpowiednie czujniki, tak jak to było w przypadku kapsuły Dragon, gdzie właśnie badano, jak cały lot wpływa na człowieka, jak może wpływać na człowieka. No, czekamy na takie eksperymenty z niecierpliwością, a teraz z niecierpliwością czekamy na syrenę. Dobrze, jeszcze sobie chwilkę zobaczymy, co tu jest na naszym portalu. Tutaj, proszę. Tyle jest gotowych egzemplarzy w Boca Chica związanych właśnie z projektem Starship. Mamy tak, SN5, SN6, które miały już swoje loty, zarówno testy kryogeniczne, jak i swoje loty na 150 metrów. Już 4 testy takie miał właśnie egzemplarz SN8, a pierwszy lot już nie na 150 metrów, a na 12,5 km będzie miał, miejmy nadzieję, za chwilę i zobaczymy, co się będzie dziać. Jeżeli chodzi o kolejne, to widzimy tutaj kolejne egzemplarze SN9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 i 16. Ja już o tym mówiłem, że jest to bardzo właśnie ważne, że ta iteracyjna metoda produkcji pozwala zebrać bardzo szybko odpowiednią ilość danych. Dziękujemy za tą grafikę Brendanowi Lewisowi na Twitterze. Społeczność wokół właśnie projektu Starship, wokół Elona Muska jest naprawdę wspaniała i wspiera także firmę SpaceX w tym, co robi. Obserwujemy dzięki LabPadre to, co się tam dzieje, NASA Spaceflight, czy wiele właśnie fanów, którzy tworzą programy ciekawe związane z tym i opowiadają o tym, jak ten cały system jest zbudowany, jak ta rakieta i statek kosmiczny niedługo będzie dla nas działał, pracował. Cały czas obserwujemy proces budowy. Mamy tu jeszcze Lunar Starship Mockup, czyli owiewkę dla wersji księżycowej Starshipa. Jest to rakieta, która właśnie ma specjalne systemy dla lądowania na Księżycu. Będziemy o tym mówić w programie. A tutaj po prawej stronie mamy jeszcze elementy pierwszego egzemplarza boostera rakiety Super Heavy. Widzimy, że już ta część jest zrobiona i będziemy obserwować właśnie konstruowanie tego pierwszego egzemplarza rakiety Super Heavy. No, będzie to coś naprawdę wspaniałego oglądać testy tych pierwszych egzemplarzy boostera. Dobrze, teraz za chwilkę już całkowicie będziemy powoli wracać. Więc te i o wiele więcej grafik będzie można zobaczyć na naszej platformie internetowej Space Exploration, Social Space Exploration, społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu, a za chwilkę przełączymy się na to, co dzieje się teraz właśnie na żywo w Boca Chica. Obserwujemy, tutaj mamy nasz, można powiedzieć, panel dowodzenia wręcz. Czekamy na syrenę. Czasami nie wiadomo, bo można jej nie usłyszeć i po prostu nam Starship wystartuje i poleci, więc może lepiej będzie włączyć już stream. No zobaczymy, może zaryzykujemy. No nic. Taki program OBS do relacji każdy może sobie ściągnąć z internetu, prowadzić relacje związanym ze swoją pasją, więc bardzo wiele osób widziało cały pulpit tego programu, więc nie uważam, żeby pokazywanie go było jakimś faux pas czy jakimś problemem. A może zrobimy z tego jakieś fajne centrum dowodzenia. Dobrze, wrócimy dosłownie na minutę. Wrócimy dosłownie na minutę na nasz portal. Cały czas tutaj jest też nasza relacja. Jeszcze zobaczymy szybko albumy, czyli grafiki związane. Linia czasu. Linia czasu to będzie program, który będziemy prowadzić, właśnie związany z tym, jak był realizowany projekt Starship wcześniej i oczywiście jakie ma założenia w przyszłości. A tutaj mamy jeszcze dodatkowe materiały na temat Starshipa, zdjęcia. Cały czas śledzimy tą budowę i na pewno będziemy czekać na to, co powinno być, czyli lądowanie Starshipa SN8 po locie. Zobaczymy, co się stanie. Tutaj widok Starshipa na Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej to też będzie coś, na pewno coś wspaniałego. Dobrze, patrzymy, bo za chwilę powinien być start. Mam nadzieję, że wszystko się uda. Tak jak mówiłem podczas całej tej relacji, to jest bardzo ważny statek kosmiczny, bardzo ważny dla nas pojazd. Kiedyś czekaliśmy na samoloty transatlantyckie, gdzie mogliśmy takim samolotem w o wiele krótszym czasie przelecieć z Europy do Stanów Zjednoczonych, czy gdzieś na wschód w kierunku Chin czy Japonii w odpowiednio krótszym czasie. Przypomnę dla tych, którzy ewentualnie teraz do nas dołączają, oglądamy test statku kosmicznego Starship SN8. Czekamy na pierwszy lot Starshipa. Ja zapraszam na stronę sseproject.eu, gdzie cały czas trwa relacja z pierwszego testu w locie prototypu Starship. Tutaj mamy prototyp SN8 serial number 8, który czeka na start. Czekamy na start Starship SN8. Co to było? Witam serdecznie Państwa ponownie. Proszę Państwa, mamy stream na żywo od firmy SpaceX. T-1 minuta 53 sekundy. Proszę Państwa, za mniej niż 2 minuty. Miejmy nadzieję, że wystartuje Starship SN8. To pierwszy test w locie prototypu Starship.
Global. Okay, global.
Minuta 20 sekund. Proszę Państwa, emocje rosną. Proszę zapiąć pasy. Prosimy nie palić papierosów na pokładzie naszego statku kosmicznego. Życzymy miłej podróży. Roman Makowiak, projekt SSE, Social Space Exploration, społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu. Obserwujemy właśnie pierwszy lot statku Starship. O.
QD is retracting.
No niestety mamy jakieś problemy. Najpierw licznik został zatrzymany na 4 sekundy przed startem, teraz na sekundę przed startem zatrzymano odliczanie. Cały czas obserwujemy to, co się dzieje w Boca Chica w Teksasie, gdzie SpaceX buduje nowy system transportu kosmicznego Starship. Mamy niestety przerwanie testu. Dzisiaj niestety nie będzie lotu rakiety Starship SN8. No nic, ten długi stream powoli będzie się za chwilę kończył. No niestety mamy taką sytuację, jaką mamy. To jest naprawdę bardzo trudna branża, inżynieria kosmiczna. No niestety nie udaje się nie zawsze zrobić wszystko w takim terminie, w jakim byśmy zakładali. No, pięknie wygląda te stanowisko startowe, ale niestety dzisiaj mamy abort, czyli przerwanie procedury startu i prawdopodobnie jutro, zamknięcie strefy zostanie przedłużone o kolejne dni i SpaceX będzie próbował wystartować swojego Starshipa, swój statek kosmiczny w następnych dniach. No niestety, dzisiaj nie będzie prawdopodobnie tego przełomowego dnia, kiedy pierwszy statek kosmiczny Starship wystartuje. No, będziemy musieli jeszcze trochę poczekać. Ale pamiętajmy, to nie jest produkcja bułek, rowerów, czy nawet samochodów. To jest rakieta, to są bardzo zaawansowane systemy, bardzo skomplikowane. Tym bardziej Starship, który jest naprawdę nową technologią, całkowicie nowym rozwiązaniem, którego nigdy wcześniej człowiek nie tworzył i nie projektował. Widzieliśmy wcześniej także, gdy były próby z poprzednimi egzemplarzami SN widowiskowych wybuchów, które pokazały, że właśnie ta inżynieria kosmiczna nie jest do końca taka łatwa, jakby się to wydawało. Tutaj mamy naprawdę ogromny statek kosmiczny w porównaniu z tym, co do tej pory tworzył człowiek. No, poczekamy. Ostatnio Elon Musk mówił o terminie około 4 lat, czyli do 2024 roku. Potwierdził, przepraszam, niejako ten termin startu Dragona towarowego na orbitę już, jako lot orbitalny, więc patrząc na przedział czasowy, co się wydarzyło w ciągu ostatnich 2 lat, od 2018 roku, kiedy cały kompleks startowy i produkcyjny w Boca Chica miał w ogóle swój początek budowy, później w międzyczasie budowanie już pierwszych egzemplarzy rakiet tak naprawdę w namiotach. No, tak działa SpaceX i tak jak mówiliśmy musimy śledzić SpaceX na Twitterze, aby zobaczyć, kiedy jest możliwość następnego testu i na pewno będziemy obserwować Twittera SpaceX i czekać na tą informację, która dla całego przemysłu kosmicznego, dla ludzkiej eksploracji kosmosu jest bardzo ważna. No, było wiele takich właśnie momentów, kiedy po prostu coś się nie udawało, tak? Ta metoda iteracyjna właśnie na tym polega, aby szukać i oczywiście znajdować te gdzieś słabe konstrukcyjnie elementy, które pokażą właśnie, co trzeba naprawić, co trzeba zmienić, aby właśnie ten statek kosmiczny mógł wystartować. SpaceX kończy już swój stream, no niestety nie poleci. Raz, dwa, trzy, próba mikrofonu, raz, dwa, trzy.
No, wracamy na laptop.
Witam serdecznie.
No niestety.
Roman
nie
Makowiak
będzie dzisiaj
z
lotu. Mamy
SSE,
abort. Scrap.
No, Social Space
niestety.
Exploration,
ale
społecznościowa eksploracja
tak, że to jest
kosmosu.
Naprawdę.
No, proszę Państwa, chciałem Państwa zaprosić
bardzo
już
trudny,
na lot,
jak się mówi kolokwialnie, kawał
na lot Starshipem.
I żeby ta rakieta poleciała w przestrzeń
może na Księżyc, może na Marsa.
Jeszcze na razie nie poleci,
niestety
bo
dzisiaj się to Niestety dzisiaj się to nie uda prawdopodobnie. Ale niestety tak jest. Właśnie takie są problemy wieku dziecięcego, a może nawet niemowlęcego, nowych konstrukcji, nowych całkowicie rakiet i statków kosmicznych. Oczywiście inżynierowie SpaceX robią wszystko, aby ten lot dzisiaj się odbył, ale po prostu nie mamy na to wpływu, co się tak naprawdę może wydarzyć. Jak to się mówi, złośliwość rzeczy martwych. Złośliwość rzeczy martwych. No i Starship dzisiaj powie nam, że no prawie dzisiaj wam nie polecę, nie będę leciał. Nie zobaczycie prawdopodobnie dzisiaj tego. No, mamy nadzieję, że zobaczymy.
Misja jest bardzo prosta, bo
ale trzeba się nastawiać niestety na to negatywnie, ale mamy jeszcze kolejne dni tego roku i myślę, że do końca roku na pewno Starship SN8 poleci.
Dodatkowo
to, co jest bardzo ważne, to to, że inżynierowie SpaceX naprawdę są zaangażowani, próbują, działają i razem z Elonem Muskiem budują nowy, całkowicie nowy system transportu kosmicznego ludzi i ładunków. Systemu, który ma dotrzeć oczywiście na Marsa, także na inne ciała Układu Słonecznego, który ma korzystać z innego paliwa niż dotychczas, czyli z ciekłego metanu i tlenu. No, niestety tak to jest. Jest to inżynieria rakietowa, inżynieria kosmiczna i nie ma tutaj przebacz. Nie ma tutaj przebacz, są naprawdę trudne elementy, gdzie naprawdę trzeba znaleźć rozwiązania tych problemów. Jest to bardzo młoda konstrukcja i niestety wiemy, że także z historii SpaceX, że no tak to bywa. Falcon 1 miał być gotowy już po 2 latach od rozpoczęcia budowy. Rozpoczęcie budowy w 2002 roku, miał być gotowy w 2004, był gotowy pod koniec 2008 roku dopiero. Więc tutaj mieliśmy jakby poślizg 4-letni tak na gdzieś tam małej konstrukcji, ale z niedoświadczonym wtedy jeszcze zespołem SpaceX. No niestety tak to jest. Inżynieria rakietowa, inżynieria kosmiczna nie jest łatwa, ale wygrywa na pewno ten, kto się nie poddaje, kto jest zaangażowany i kto po prostu do przodu, aby zrealizować swój cel, jakim może być na przykład dotarcie na Marsa, dotarcie ludzkości.
Podglądamy jeszcze kamery chwilę. Lab Padre Starship SN8 nie startuje dzisiaj.
guys, we're going to go ahead and end the stream now. Thank y'all again for tuning in. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place here at Boca Chica. Lab Padre out.
kosmosu. Za chwilę opowiem o konkursie, podczas którego można wygrać nagrody, a także dodatkowe punkty na naszej internetowej platformie. Tak więc tak, już mówię, co trzeba zrobić. Oczywiście trzeba wejść na nasz portal internetowy. Trzeba wejść na nasz portal internetowy Social Space Exploration SSE Project.eu i trzeba wejść w społeczność. Zarejestrować się na społeczności i pierwsze zadanie. Tak, jeżeli chodzi w ogóle o ten konkurs, to jest on na grupie. Jest grupa związana z tym konkursem. Poznaj SSE, poznaj społecznościową eksplorację kosmosu i tutaj też będę na temat tego konkursu jeszcze dodawał dodatkowe informacje. Może pojawią się także dodatkowe punkty na naszym portalu internetowym. Będą oczywiście darmowe warsztaty edukacyjne i tutaj im więcej tych punktów, tym na pewno będą dodatkowe korzyści. Ale tak, jeżeli chodzi o zadanie pierwsze, to należy w grupach. Należy zapisać się między innymi właśnie do grupy gry Mars Tomorrow. Mars Tomorrow to taka bardzo ciekawa gra związana z eksploracją Marsa, z jego terraformacją i na podstawie tej gry będziemy prowadzić zajęcia związane właśnie z eksploracją Marsa. Jest to wspaniała rozrywka i nauka jednocześnie, to gra ekonomiczna, podczas której eksplorujemy Marsa i go terraformujemy. Serdecznie zapraszam do tej rozrywki i edukacji. I tak, należy tutaj zarejestrować się na portalu Social Space Exploration, dołączyć do grupy Mars Tomorrow Game. To jest oczywiście i w ramach jeszcze tego pierwszego zadania należy na naszym Facebooku znaleźć grupę Mars Tomorrow Fans i też oczywiście do niej dołączyć. Także bardzo zapraszam do realizacji pierwszego zadania. Drugie zadanie to będzie oczywiście znalezienie mnie w tej grze. Tutaj mamy link, gdzie można po prostu na tą grę wejść. Za chwilkę powiem Państwu tylko na jakim jestem serwerze i właśnie to zadanie pierwsze jeszcze polega na tym, aby do mnie napisać na tym serwerze, na którym jestem i wystarczy powiedzieć cześć, ja z konkursu i będzie to oczywiście zaliczone. I oczywiście trzeba podać swój nick, swój login na platformie internetowej naszej SSE Project EU. I tak, tutaj serwer Opportunity to był oczywiście łazik na Marsie, który wykonał fenomenalną robotę i będziemy o nim oczywiście rozmawiać i to rozmawiać bardzo, bardzo szczegółowo. I tutaj na Opportunity Roman Makowiak, moja gildia to Kopernik i serdecznie zapraszam właśnie, aby tutaj się ze mną skontaktować i zrealizować te zadanie. O tej grze już mówiłem, o tej grze będę jeszcze oczywiście mówił. Zapraszam, znalezienie mnie na serwerze Opportunity w grze Mars Tomorrow, czyli tak, jako pierwsze zadanie mamy już określone i tak, jeszcze pokażę, który to jest. Tutaj play.mars-tomorrow.com, serwer Opportunity, faza druga, atmosfera, kontynuuj grę, tam dołączyć do gry i napisać do mnie informację, konkurs, tutaj SSE i swój login właśnie tutaj z tej platformy społecznościowej. I tak, jeżeli chodzi o drugie zadanie, drugie zadanie to było znalezienie mnie w grze i napisanie do mnie. To było drugie zadanie. Zadanie trzecie, bardzo proste, szybkie, jeżeli będziecie już zarejestrowani tutaj na platformie internetowej, to wystarczy na społeczności wrócić do spisu grup i wejść na grupę redakcji Astro24, na Astro24 i przy jednej z zagadek po prostu odpowiedzieć na zagadkę, co oznacza na przykład termin uranometria. Zagadek jest tutaj o wiele więcej, można wybrać dowolną i możecie spróbować odpowiedzieć na te pytania. Oczywiście nie będziemy nikogo karać za błędne tutaj odpowiedzi, to jest tylko konkurs, to jest zabawa. Jeżeli będą błędne tutaj odpowiedzi, to postaramy się właśnie te informacje wyprostować i wytłumaczyć między innymi, czym jest uranometria, a także odpowiedzieć na kilka innych astrozagadek z redakcji Astro24. Ja oczywiście zapraszam także na profil Astro24, Astronews24, Astro24. Serdecznie zapraszam. Mamy już kolejny astrofakt. Metoda detekcji planet pozasłonecznych. No, są to bardzo ciekawe teksty. Serdecznie pozdrawiam Krystynę Polańską. Naprawdę ogromna robota, bardzo ciekawe artykuły, bardzo ciekawe informacje na temat eksploracji kosmosu. Ale tak jak mówiłem, tutaj na grupie komentarz i to będzie zaliczone trzecie zadanie. I tak, każdy, kto weźmie udział w tym konkursie, otrzyma od razu 1000 punktów na platformie internetowej Space Exploration, Social Space Exploration, społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu. Będziemy tutaj prowadzić oczywiście program edukacyjny zarówno dla dzieci, młodzieży, jak i oczywiście dorosłych i organizacji związanych z kosmiczną eksploracją i punkty na pewno się przydadzą i będą z tego duże korzyści w bardzo niedalekiej przyszłości. Tak, strona konkursu, grupa konkursu Poznaj SSE. Tutaj mamy grupę gry Mars Tomorrow i grupa redakcji Astro24. Bardzo serdecznie zapraszam do udziału w konkursie. Konkurs potrwa do 15 grudnia do godziny 18, a wyniki zostaną mniej więcej podane około godziny 18:45 do godziny 19. Bardzo serdecznie zapraszam. Bardzo serdecznie zapraszam do naszej społeczności. Mam ogromne nadzieję, że ten dzisiejszy stream zachęci Państwa do udziału w naszych działaniach tutaj na sseproject.eu, sseproject.eu. Jeszcze wrócimy dosłownie na chwilę do naszego wydarzenia. Lot SN8 niestety dzisiaj nie doszedł do skutku, ale będziemy go obserwować na pewno, co się będzie działo jutro. Tutaj stała relacja i po prostu obserwujemy to, co się dzieje z projektem Starship firmy SpaceX. Ja bardzo Państwu w tej chwili dziękuję. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję. Aha, jeszcze zapomniałem. Tak, jesteśmy w naszym centrum dowodzenia. Zapraszam do udziału w konkursie. I tak, i co będzie nagrodą w tym konkursie? W tym konkursie nagrodą będzie ta oto książka o Elon Musk, jego biografia. Ten człowiek, Elon Musk, to inspiracja dla całej ludzkości. Myślę, że na następne przynajmniej 100-200 lat, a może i dłużej. Trzymam kciuki za Starshipa, trzymam kciuki za SpaceX, a Państwa zapraszam właśnie do udziału w tym konkursie. Ja się nazywam Roman Makowiak, żegnam się z Państwem. Projekt SSE Social Space Exploration, społecznościowa eksploracja kosmosu. Zapraszam na stronę, na portal internetowy, bardzo rozbudowany, bardzo szerokie możliwości społecznościowe, podobne do Facebooka, więc bardzo ułatwią nam wszelkie warsztaty edukacyjne. Zapraszam na sseproject.eu sseproject.eu. Ja się z Państwem żegnam, życzę dobrej nocy, dziękuję bardzo.
Tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place here at Boca Chica. Lab Padre out.